Doing good? Now kick back and relax and enjoy the next few hours. I'm going to play a couple favorites of mine, and second will be a chat I recently had with Neil, Nick, and Andy. So kick back, relax, and enjoy the show. Thank you for coming. A historical synopsis of Saturnian cosmology from John Cook's website, saturniancosmology.org. There will be a link in the description. It gets pretty deep. The chapters of this site will propose that the biology of our planet, our culture, our psychology, and our very existence are the result of a series of incidents arising from the interaction between Earth and other planets within the solar system, most notably Saturn. The biology of Earth is such that a complete accident, and so utterly unlike it, will not have ever been duplicated anywhere at any time among the billions of other star systems. But here on Earth, all of it, especially the rise of complex species since the Cambrian period 560 million years ago, can be attributed to a series of cataclysmic plasma strikes by Saturn, each of a very long duration. Biologists claim 10,000 years for the extinction events. My original estimate was 15,000 years. As hominids, we survived the last externally induced extinction event, which gave rise to 8 competing subspecies over the course of the last 3 million years. Our only contribution to our distinction from other animals was the invention, 10,000 years ago, of language and its subsequent cultural transmission that set the stage for further development of our humanity. Much later on, and much closer to our time, subjective consciousness. It all started very long ago, at one time, and from its genesis, Earth was a planet in orbit around Saturn, a brown dwarf star, toward the end of the Precambrian, 600 million years ago. The Saturnian system intersected with the solar system. Saturn was swept around the sun and back into deep space, to return at regular 26 to 27 million year intervals. Over the course of time, some of the satellites, planets of Saturn, were wrenched from their orbits around Saturn to end up revolving around the Sun instead. The Earth likely became a solar system planet at the end of the Permian, 250 million years ago. From 600 million years ago, Saturn kept entering the solar system regularly to disturb its lost satellites, now circling the Sun. At about 3 million years ago, Saturn likely had a run-in with Jupiter, a solar system planet at that time, orbiting the Sun at a distance probably somewhat less than the Earth's orbit today. The orbital period of Saturn was significantly reduced as a result. During the last 3 million year period, Saturn started scavenging its lost satellites, and perhaps solar system planets, all in orbit close to the Sun. The possibility of a captured planet again orbiting Saturn at its equator is virtually nil. Instead, the scavenged planets ended up in superpolar or subpolar locations, the only locations which seem to be dynamically stable. Because Saturn had come in from outside of the solar system, and most likely was a star originally, it would have been at a very high positive charge level, distinct from the solar system planets. Solar system planets would have been attracted to Saturn when Saturn entered the solar system, rather than be repelled, as would be the case of two planets with nearly equal values of charge. Saturn, with its stack of captured planets, was seen by hominids, Homo erectus, and recorded in the shapes of artifacts in the Paleolithic of about 2 million years ago, and by humans, Homo sapiens, as carved images in the Upper Paleolithic from 30,000 BC, and by the hundreds of millions during the early Neolithic, 10,000 to 3,000 BC, when the stack of planets was much more frequently seen. At about 10,900 BC, Earth, at that time a planet of the Sun, made an electric field contact with Saturn, causing 1,500 years of darkness. Oh yeah, shadow on Earth. The period of darkness is recognized by many of the world's creation myths, and was recorded in the illustrated graphic books of Mesoamerica, references to which are made in colonial period documents. Climatologically, the period is identified today as the Younger Dryas, when for some 1,500 years Earth got as cold as it had ever been. Over the next 7,000 years, the orbit of Earth, apparently equal to the orbit of Saturn at that time, but below Saturn, progressively moved laterally to have Earth's orbital path eventually travel below the center of Saturn. Thus, between 10,900 BC and 3147 BC, Earth was part of a strange configuration of stacked planets, a condition which provided long summers and a mild climate in the northern hemisphere. Planets dominated by the giant form of Saturn stood above the north horizon and close to Earth, but measured in millions of miles, and were taken by humans to be gods, who supported them and for whose benefit they labored at agriculture and conducted trade. Initially, during a 1,500-year period after 10,900 BC, when the cold of the Younger Dryas set in, and long before Saturn was clearly seen, 3 fiercely lighted ball plasmoids were seen far south of Earth. Below the South Pole, between about 10,900 BC and 8347 BC, these connected to Saturn in the north via strands of brilliant arcs of electrons. Forms of various shapes ran south over these electron lines, traveling toward the 3 plasmoids. The moving shapes were taken to be dead animals and dead humans. The objects in the sky became the basis for all original religions and a good deal of mythology throughout the world, for they persisted in showing nightly and seasonally over the course of 2,500 years to 8347 BC, although only for 3 periods of hundreds of years. For the people of Mesoamerica, the year 8347 BC, when the last of the plasmoids extinguished after 2,500 years, was the end of their first tally of years, which accounted for the first creation. We know only a little about these ball plasmoids from obscure mythological references, and we would still not know very much if it had not been for an investigation undertaken by a team led by Anthony Peratt of Los Alamos National Labs, of some 4 million petroglyphs worldwide, carved high up on mountainsides facing in all directions, but always with a clear view toward the south. That study, published in the journal IEEE Transactions on Plasma Science in 2003, was an absolutely astounding revelation. More on that in a later chapter. In 4077 BC, Saturn dropped its coma. This had been the chaos before creation, which had lasted some 7,000 years. It had obscured Saturn and its companion satellites. Saturn went nova. It switched to arc mode. In a mass expulsion, Saturn produced its rings and a new satellite, Venus, and perhaps another. That's interesting. So they're saying that Venus came from Saturn and not Jupiter, like Velikovsky does. Okay. And Saturn lit up more brilliantly than the Sun to the humans of Earth, who had not clearly seen the real sun for thousands of years because of the shadow of the younger Dryas, followed by the obscurity of the enclosing plasmasphere of Saturn. This was the start of creation, start of time, and the first showing of the land and its resident gods, the satellites of Saturn. Saturn was universally called the sun throughout the world. In Central America, the Popol Vuh, written circa AD 1600 from much older records, recounts, like a man was the sun when it showed itself. It showed itself when it was born and remained fixed in the sky like a mirror. Certainly it was not the same sun which we see. It is said in their old tales. In arc mode, Saturn would have lost its glow mode coma, but it apparently retained a plasma stream connection to Earth. The sun, and the real sun, lighted part of the edge of Saturn in a crescent, which revolved around Saturn on a daily basis, visually caused by a daily rotation of Earth below Saturn. This stack of planets consisted from top to bottom of Uranus on its side as today, and Neptune, both hidden by Saturn below them, known in Mesoamerica from earlier times. I suspect that these three planets had been seen together for perhaps 2 million years, initially by Homo erectus. Below Saturn, the following were located from top to bottom. Mercury joined the group in about 14,000 BC. Mars, resident probably since at least 30,000 BC or earlier, and Earth joined the group after 10,900 BC. In 3147 BC, this configuration of standing planets broke apart, with three large planets moving far away from the Sun, and Earth and Venus released to overlapping inner orbits. The breakup produced a stupendous flood of the waters, which had been held at the South Polar region due to the gravitational attraction of Saturn for some 7,000 years. The water held at the South Pole was due to the lifting up of the Earth's crust in the Arctic and the sinking toward the Earth's interior in the Antarctic. Flood stories are ubiquitous, found in over 500 independent myths, all with the same coherent details. The survivors included people far inland and those living already on mountain slopes, and apparently the people of the Nile Delta and northern Mesopotamia. The only recourse to a livelihood for many of the survivors was agriculture, which soon sprang up simultaneously in 6 unconnected regions of Earth. The breakup was caused by Jupiter, which had circled the Sun as an inner planet up to that time. Jupiter was subsequently seen receding in the skies, surrounded by a coma visually 3 times larger than the diameter of the Moon today. Below the south pole of Jupiter extended a gigantic plasma outpouring, making it look like Jupiter was resting on a mountain. It was green initially. Above the planet were much smaller horn-like extensions. The whole of this looked like a person in a mantle, but was also identified as the bull of heaven. Jupiter was taken as the new god, called the Younger. Jupiter retained its massive lower outpouring until it entered the asteroid belt in about 2860 BC, after which the coma reduced in size and changed its shape. After 3070 BC, Mars and Mercury, which had remained in their positions below Saturn, were released when Saturn entered the asteroid belt. The two planets crossed Earth's orbit for about 300 years, overriding the Earth's orbit close to Earth on a 30-year or 15-year average intervals. At those times, Mars was at times brought into plasma contact with Earth, looking like a squat mountain which circled the Earth. The visual effect of the rotation of Earth, with Saturn and Jupiter both disappearing into the ecliptic. Mars was held to be the god in charge of Earth, Horus of the Egyptians. This lasted till about 2750 BC or 2700 BC, after which the regular visits of Mars ended its elliptical orbit, perhaps rotating away from Earth, an apocidal precession. In the next century, people throughout the world start building pyramids in imitation of the disappeared mountain of Mars, all within 100 years of each other, in Egypt, Mesopotamia, England, China, and the Andes of South America, and many other locations such as Greece and the Balkans, as has been discovered in recent years, although not validated. We have recorded histories of these celestial events, especially in Mesoamerica. There are accurate descriptions of the rings and the number of satellites of Saturn, the cloud bands and satellites of Jupiter, and the scarred surface and satellites of Mars, all dating from antiquity, spanning cultures worldwide. The Egyptians produced schematic images of the original configuration of Saturn and the satellite planets below, and have a record of early close passes by Mars. Mesopotamians also produced images of planets, graphically showing, for example, all the satellites of Jupiter. The Maya, from Olmec sources, have an undated record of the planetary movements from long before 3147 BC, and a dated record of later events which matches what can be gleaned from Eastern Mediterranean sources. The Aztecs produced graphic images of these planets, although anthropomorphized to gods and produced very late. South Sea Islanders have similar records of rings of Saturn. India has similar recollection of these events extending over millions of lines of poetry. The Quiche, Maya, Papa Vu, and pages of the Maya books of the Chilombalam makes casual reference to the period of 13,000 years ago. After the near collision of Saturn and Jupiter in 3147 BC, both Saturn and Jupiter began moving in slow spiral orbits away from the Sun toward the asteroid belt, probably 10,900 BC. One page of the Chilombalam records 7 appearances of the Saturnian planets as far back as perhaps 40,000 years, which can be correlated with atmospheric carbon-14 records dating from 50,000 BP. Over the next 2,500 years, 3147 BC to 685 BC, the inner planets interfered with Earth at intervals, although very infrequently. There were 4 major additional incidents. The damage often was localized in latitude, although, for example, a continuous lightning strike might have encircled the globe in circa 1492 BC, and certainly repeatedly in the 8th and 7th century BC. As recalled by nearly all peoples on all continents, the most terrifying incident, however, happened in 2349 BC. Saturn, with the planets Mars and Mercury still in a polar alignment below, entered the asteroid belt in 3067 BC. The gravitational and electrical effects of entering the asteroid belt released Mars and Mercury from below Saturn, and they started moving in highly elliptical orbits.
These orbits brought both planets back through the asteroid belt at their aphelions, and Mars and Mercury pulled swarms of objects of various sizes from the belt back with them through the inner solar system.
These objects were known as Maruts, or the Terrible Ones, and manifested as comets and meteorites that terrorized the Earth's population for many centuries to come. When in alignment with Venus, 20 million miles away at the time, 32,200,000 kilometers, produced an Earth shock in the northern hemisphere, tilting the Earth's axis away from the Sun temporarily and tilting up the equatorial rings of the Earth. Earth at one time had equatorial rings. This was followed perhaps 6 hours later by the arrival of a massive disconnected plasmoid lightning bolt from Venus, which hit the rings almost broadside, followed somewhat later by lesser bolts, recorded in Mesoamerica and China. The electric contact with Venus turned the equatorial rings blood red and caused the destruction of the rings. Lightning bolts arc up to the rings from the Earth's ionosphere layers and the lower equatorial plasma toroid, the Van Allen belt. The sky bled for 3 days, and only a single ring remained. Dust continued to rain down for the next 4,000 years until AD 1600. The cleared southern skies, previously obscured by the Earth's rings, revealed a multitude of stars for the first time, most notably the Pleiades, located directly south at midnight 2 nights after the equinox. The equatorial plasma toroid would have also arced to the surface of Earth, producing months of torrential rains. To humanity, the sea of the Earth's equatorial rings in the south sky, the Absu, had collapsed to Earth, and the event was almost everywhere understood as a second flood of stupendous proportion. The Bible recalls this event as the flood of Noah, but to most peoples, the blood seen in the sky suggested the wholesale slaughter of humanity, and any number of raging goddesses or dragons were assigned to this event in mythology worldwide. Kali, Tiamat, Anath, Sekhmet, Hathor, and much later, Beowulf's Grendel. After 2.5 days, Jupiter appeared again with its previous giant coma and lower mantle, again understood as a mountain, as if risen from the dead. In fact, the rise of the equatorial in the sky made it look as if Jupiter rose up out of the cave previously seen as the shadow of the Earth on the rings. The cave-shaped shadow opened up as the Earth regained its normal inclination, and Jupiter rose out of this to a location above it. Jupiter had stopped the dragon from killing additional humans. The event itself remains commemorated as the Day of the Dead, which is why they wear Halloween masks on Halloween. It's so that the spirits don't recognize them, the ones that might want revenge. I believe that's what that's about. And is almost universally associated with the culmination of the Pleiades in autumn. Echoes of the fall of the rings and the surrounding circumstances continued to resound in mythology and, to this day, in the theologies and practices of many religions, especially the resurrection of Jupiter on the third day. Many nations also date the start of all sensible history and their calendars from this event. Strangely, this event is simply not noted by any of the catastrophists. Even Velikovsky remained unaware of it. Interesting. 800 years later, in 1492 BC, Venus again made an electric contact with Earth, causing a crushing, repulsive blow in the east central Pacific. Pacific Islands were wiped clean of any trace of humans, except for the petroglyphs carved on every island thousands of years earlier. Coastal South America and Central America were inundated with water, leaving seawater traces in lakes high up in the Andes, and possibly causing a sudden rise in the coastal range of the Andes by thousands of feet. The blow was followed by an electric arc traveling through the Pacific, the Indian Ocean, and part of India, following a path of increasingly higher latitude into the Mediterranean as the Earth's axis angled back toward the sun. Moses made his escape from Egypt during the turmoil. The event is recalled in mythology as the attack of the monster Typhon, who is struck down by Zeus. The major result of the contact was a 30% increase in the orbit of the Earth. The year went from 273 days to 360 days. Venus probably came no closer than 10 million miles. In this instance, 16 million kilometers. Something else was initiated at this time. The movement of tribes away from devastated areas and failing climates into new regions happened after 1492 BC. Tribes of Central Asia entered India, Anatolia, and Greece. Tribes from Asia Minor settled in Italy, as well as at later dates also. People everywhere met strangers and had to cope with new living conditions. This resulted in an expansion of our imagination as a way of coping with these changes. The development of subjective consciousness. Before this time, there was little need to deal with change. The people of Egypt and Mesopotamia, for whom we have records, have remained stagnant in the way of life of their forebears for thousands upon thousands of years. The development of subjective consciousness, as opposed to mere consciousness, was a cultural innovation and a major change which made us humans. Subjective consciousness came to be taught to children by parents, exactly like language is taught. The teaching of subjective consciousness, like the teaching of language, can be readily observed today. Note 5. Another 700 years later, 806 BC to 687 BC, Mars closed in on Earth with repeated electric arc contact at 15-year intervals. A major Earth shock in 747 BC and a minor shock in 686 BC, this last caused by Mercury. Earlier, Mars also interfered with Earth in similar fashion at the close of the early Bronze Age, 1935 to circa 1700 BC, which includes the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. Mars came close, perhaps within 40,000 miles of Earth. The interactions, as a result, were completely different from the long-distance shock due to Venus. The destructions of the 8th and 7th century BC were spread over long stretches from Central Asia to the western Mediterranean, and through to Mexico and southern United States, from the Persian Plateau to Greece, in swaths measuring more than 600 miles wide. Hilltop citadels were destroyed by quake-like convulsions, much more extensive than any earthquake, and by massive lightning strikes. Cities and citadels were buried under yards of carbonized material mixed with soil. The soil and burned forests were dropped whenever the traveling lightning bolt paused at a hilltop. Now, that's pretty crazy. I mean, this lightning bolt traveling around, just going anywhere. These simultaneous destructions have been noted in the archaeological record and include the events of the 8th and 7th century as well as 1935 BC. De Grazia estimates that only 2.5% of the original population of 200 million of the Mediterranean region survived. Bolsena, a city in Italy, was obliterated by a lightning bolt measuring more than 5 miles, 8 kilometers in diameter. If we are to believe Pliny, who presents this from older Etruscan sources, the circular lake at Bolsena is larger than any volcanic caldera. Mars became the next sky god to set a tone for human conduct lasting this day. The destructions of the 8th and 7th century BC obliterated the coastal areas of Greece and coastal Anatolia. The remnant population turned to raiding and became the pirates celebrated in the Iliad as the Egyptian people of the sea. The Iliad reveals that these were no sailors. Warfare and the extraction of tribute also became a way of life for the Assyrians, who plundered from Elam to Egypt. The change in humanity, however, which suddenly brought people up to our current expectations, was an event which happened early in the 7th century BC. In 685 BC, Venus and Mercury blazed as bright as the sun and were seen in the daytime skies, with the sun for 40 days, starting on June 15th. The event was probably an extraordinary plasma outpouring by the sun, brought on by a sudden relocation of Mercury to within the orbit of Venus in the previous year. In July 685 BC, actually the astronomical year minus 685, corrected from 680 BC, Julian in the Eastern Mediterranean chronology. Ah, okay, so that's what the minus is for. It's different. It's astronomical. Okay. Jupiter also erupted in a coma in response to the sun's increased output of plasma, and on July 14th sent a return lightning stroke, a plasmoid bolt headed for the sun. It arrived at the sun on July 25th. The plasmoid, which passed by the Earth at a distance of 30 million miles, 48 million kilometers, was seen in foreshortened form by Asia and Europe. How about that Jupiter taking a swing at the sun? And is depicted in sculptures and illustrations and even on coins. Mediterranean nations thought that Venus, or Mercury, was struck, the bolt from Zeus which toppled Phaethon from the sun's chariot. Mesoamerica saw the plasmoid at full length as it passed by in the daytime. That would be wild to see something like that, and depicted it correspondingly differently. Their understanding was that Mars was struck. It was called the bundle of flame among the Maya. To China, this was the celestial dragon, the traditional form of which matches the structure of a plasmoid lightning bolt. Note 6. One could spend a lot of hours on this website here with this. This is amazing. Got a little bit more to go here. As experienced by Earth, the after effect of the 40 days of extreme solar activity was the relocation of the polar axis from Ursa Major to near Ursa Minor, and the delay of spring by some 15 days. In effect, changing the inclination of the polar axis, which is equivalent to rotating the dome of the stars. A new equinox was suddenly established, the aphelion of the Earth's orbit, the location furthest from the sun. changed, and 120 years of interference by Mars and Mercury came to a sudden halt. It appeared to many that Jupiter, the historical supreme god of antiquity, had again saved mankind from destruction. The change in aphelion had resulted in a cessation of further interactions with Mars. In 670 BC, the Earth's orbit became nearly circular, for unknown reasons, and the Earth was in fact completely removed from any future interference by any of the inner planets. It's probably the Sun's magnetic sphere, I'd imagine. Within 100 years of this event, we see the simultaneous rise of philosophical studies, much as we understand them today, in China, India, Mesopotamia, Anatolia, North Africa, and Rome, well before there was any cultural transmission before the more distant regions on the list. In this list, it appeared to many as if a far greater power beyond the dome of the stars had moved the stars and planets and restarted the universe. For many years of the philosophers, the causes for natural phenomena were now sought elsewhere than in the whims of old planetary gods. With the realization of the existence of a power beyond the planets and stars, we also see the sudden rise of all the modern religions within the span of 100 years. Taoism and Confucianism in China, Jainism and Buddhism in India, with its subsequent influence on Hinduism, Zoroastrianism in Persia, with its influence on Judaism, Mithraism, Christianity, and eventually on Islam. Similar changes seem to be attested to in Mesoamerica, probably dating from 600 BC. Could all this really have happened? Religions have attempted to explain all of it, initially as narrations of the observed events, eventually as metaphors of spiritual states. Science, on the other hand, has spent the last 200 years denying that anything at all ever happened. But look at the histories, what we call myths, of people from regions as diverse as China, Mesopotamia, and Mesoamerica, will reveal that they are in complete agreement with each other. Add to these various myths of the people of India, South America, Africa, Greece, and thousands of others, and a consistent picture of the past emerges, which is not what science tells us. Or fly over regions, for example, of the western United States, and you will soon be convinced that the waves of hills, the conical dumps of wind-borne soil, the distorted folded mountains, the widely varied landscape, cannot possibly be the result of eons of slow movement and metamorphosis of the Earth's crust. The surface of the Earth appears to have been battered and racked convulsively, and widely varied landscape, and recently. Except for geology, which I will not really touch on, the remaining chapters will fill in the details and broaden the scope. 4 major events. The 4 events are the end of the age of the gods and the worldwide flood of 3147 BC, the fall of the Apsu, known as the flood of Noah, the blood in the sky, the resurrection of Jupiter, and the first appearance of the Pleiades, 2349 BC, the defeat of Typhon and the exodus of Moses from Egypt in 1492 BC, and the blazing of Venus and Mercury and the thunderbolt of Jupiter, which toppled Phaethon in 685 BC. The last few chapters present an excursion into the site plans and iconography of Mesoamerica from about 2000 BC. In these last chapters, you will find that the more closely detailed findings from Mesoamerica will match and often exceed the information available from the Eastern Mediterranean.
Great day, Ken. Alright folks, I'm gonna play the chat video now. Then I'm gonna come and see you and we'll do some live chat perhaps.
Go ahead.
So a bit, Nick. Off you go, Nick.
Yeah, I was just talking about that Tychos Bray system.
Yeah, I still don't understand that. What is the basic premise of it, Nick?
Right. Well, basically, since up to Copernicus, people thought that the planets and the stars revolved around the Earth, and then Copernicus. That was obviously purely from their astronomical observations. But then Copernicus got this model, which was adopted for many reasons. But primarily, the primary thing was it fitted in with a Newtonian perspective, or Keplerian perspective. It meant that if you observed the planets using you could have a solar-centric solar system if you used Kepler's equations to stretch and elongate the orbits into these quite kind of really stretched oblong, I don't know what, egg-shaped orbits. So the old system was gradually over 50 years sort of changed and accepted by the church and all the rest of it, the Catholic Church, blah blah blah, who were burning everyone who believed in the Copernican system. But anyway, that's by to the by. Tycho Brahe was he was a Danish gentleman, I suppose, but he was a very meticulous astronomer, and he measured Mars quite a lot. For some reason, he loved Mars. But he developed a cosmology.
I just want to say, in defense, I woke him up. So he just woke up.
Which was like these guys, Simon Shack was talking about on the Demystify project. He developed this this system of rotation, whereby the sun and is right. Mercury and Venus are moons of the sun, and rotate in almost circular orbits around the sun. But at the same time, the sun and the Earth. Oh, that's it. And the Earth rotates around. It shares a point of rotation with Mars, so that every 26,000 years, the time of the grand precessional time, 25,500 years, whatever it is, Mars changes its position relative to us and the sun, at present, the great year is described by this wobble. Which is meant to be a wobble, a reverse wobble that takes 25,000 years to so that you're always, sort of the sun is always a degree anti-clockwise every Christ knows how many years. But anyway, so if you adopt this Tychos system, all the planets go back to their circular orbits, and you don't need any of the Kepler elongations, speeding up and slowing down of all the planetary bodies. And there's a number of other quite big reasons why this system is preferable to the one that NASA and the scientists are purporting at the moment. Now the thing with the NASA system is that in order to explain these you get these loops. You see if these orbits when you get retrograde motions, when you can see retrograde motions in the planets, you get these loops. Now, if you can, the more loops that you have in your observations, depending which planet you observe from, I would think that the more unlikely that makes the center of the solar system. But then, if you look at the solar system from this barycenter between the Earth and Mars that is caused, and if you were to look at the planets from there, the loops almost totally disappear. And so you have these smooth rotations, and it was what I was talking about a few years ago with these. When you get the astronomical ephemeres, all these loops are straightened out, because they're added. These kind of curves, and they're added. Like rotations on like a loop within a loop, or a loop on top of a loop, a circle described on top of a circle. As you're making one circle, can you imagine if you're making a smaller circle while the compass is on the perimeter of the old circle? It's like doing it in real time, so it's hard to describe it. But you end up getting these variations in the circular orbit. So you'll end up with more orbit, egg-shaped orbits, and then, for example. Two scientists.
Hold on 1 second. A sphere within a sphere is kind of like a colloid. Is that what you mean?
Well, when
circle within a circle.
When you're doing a Fourier transform on something, you can express a lot of shapes in Fourier transforms, which are a series of curves made at different curves starting at different.
Okay, what's making the curves? Maybe if I understood that, I'd understand this better. Because I watched some of it with Andy, I still don't get it.
Right. Well, the orbits make the curves.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if we're moving along and a planet might come rushing past us and then appear to start moving backwards from our viewpoint, and then start going forwards again, and it's these loops, right? They do exist. But the observation.
Nick, an easy way would be.
I wish you'd have just looked at the rotten program, because it's very hard to explain like this.
Is it the one?
Presentation.
Is it the one Andy shared with me? Because I watched about 45 minutes to an hour of it, and I'm still lost.
Right.
Right. Yeah, but you've got to go the whole program.
Okay.
And you probably got to watch it twice to really get the idea that it's the geometry or geometrics of it. So as I looked at it and listened to it, I seen some of what Ted's theory is. Whereby you had the Saturnian system merge with the Sun system, right?
Yeah.
But that's a bigger, where this is broken down further. So there's even the theory in this that Mars could have once been a sun, a brown dwarf. Sorry, a brown dwarf.
Mars.
Yeah. And,
what about Saturn and Jupiter?
Yes.
Mars is a rocky planet.
Yeah. But that's now, right? And that we actually that this precession is us orbiting Mars. Right, so we're orbiting Mars, it's orbiting the Sun, and then you've got your two Neptune, and what was the other one, Nick? Just orbiting the Sun.
Okay.
And of course, you've got Saturn, and you've got the moons, right? What we call the moons of Saturn, which you could interpret would be, if you had a Saturnian system, that would have been Saturn's.
What's it called?
Right, it's the Tycho. Yeah, I've got it on my computer. It's called the Tycho. Hang on. The YouTube thing, or you can even. The actual software, they've done a stellarium, Greg, and I've got that up and running on my computer here. But this is called.
Can you share your screen?
Yeah, I think so. If I can learn how to do it, I will do.
I'm gonna stop sharing mine. Go ahead, because I'd like some visual aids.
I'll see if I can get this up, Greg.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So basically, what you're saying is that all the planets don't orbit the sun. Some orbit each other.
Well, we do. We orbit the sun, but on our way of orbiting the sun, there's also this slow orbit of, for instance. The theory is there's this slow orbit of us orbiting Mars as that occurs. And so as we're orbiting the sun, we're also slowly orbiting Mars.
So
right, and then you've got the same with others.
Is Mars orbiting?
Mars is orbiting the sun.
Okay. How can the Earth orbit Mars and the sun at the same time?
All right, I ought to show you in a second if I can get this going in a sec. Share screen.
Yeah, share screen. Yeah, I'd like to see that. That's interesting, but I'm just I want to understand it better.
Can you see this?
No.
Not yet.
Not yet.
So you get a box come up and you got to go.
I'll start showing you. Right, I've got this running now. 1 second equals a day. Right now. 1 week equals a day. I'll put a trace on.
Can you see that, Greg? I don't know, Greg's not talking.
I think he's gone. Put a trace on him. Lines.
So that's off his website, isn't it, Nick?
Yeah, this is off that Tychos
website.
Tychosium, yeah.
I do not know why, but I'm not getting any visual. I'll be damned. I wonder what happened. We might have to skip this, guys. Something happened. I'll look at it a little bit more. I think I got to work on it more. The video didn't come out.
All right, I'm done. So you got all this data and all this lot. Let me have a look. Right, run trace. All right. Yeah.
Can you see that, Greg? A similar diagram.
I'll get to the bottom of it.
The Purple Dawn of Mankind by Troy McLachlan. In the beginning, there was only darkness. Yet in that darkness there was already Raven. He was still small and weak, and his special powers had not fully developed. From an Eskimo creation myth, Raven being their version of the Saturn archetype. C.M. Wood, Heroes and Hunters, from North American Indian Mythology. New York, 1982, page 17. Before the golden age of Saturn, or Kronos, as he was known to the Greeks, a time in which mankind was said to have enjoyed a tranquil and plentiful existence, bathed in the flawless light of a perfect and timeless sun. There was a primordial dawn of eternal twilight. In the earliest legend, with which the recital, i.e. the Kojiki, opens, one recognizes the primal myth, the development from a primordial darkness and chaos. This is the Kronos legend, in its 1,000 forms, the father of all mythologies, upon which so many peoples have constructed their cosmogony. P. Wheeler, The Sacred Scriptures of the Japanese, New York, 1952, page 387, as quoted by Dordu Cardona, Godstar, 2006. Some mythological cycles feature a primitive age of darkness before the existence of the sun, when human beings lived in a state of anarchy without the techniques of civilized life. H. Osborne, South American Mythology, Mythology of the Americas, London, 1970, page 294, is quoted with emphasis by Dordu Cardona, Godstar, 2006, page 278. Note in the second of the two above quotes the reference to an age of darkness before the existence of the sun. According to E.A.S. Butterworth, the sun of the ancients is not the natural sun of heaven, for it neither rises nor sets, but is, as it seems, ever in the zenith above the navel of the world. There are signs of an ambiguity between the pole star and the sun. Yet those words belie what mythology is inferring when it speaks of an age of darkness. We should not construe this age to be one that was black as night, but rather that the available light was subdued and hued with a distinctive color that would come to be associated with Saturn. Tecahuachtalpanticutli, an alter ego for Quetzalcoatl, Aztec Saturn, who is credited as being the first light at creation, is the god of the dawn light that was created before the sun. The Roman poet Martinius Capella provides a clue as to what color this light was when he has the goddess Harmonia declaring that the rays from the god Jupiter renew the purple dawn for men, an obvious reference to a previous age before Jupiter's ascent in place of Saturn. The Hopi tribe of North America have songs that talk of a dark purple light of creation coming from the north, while the Chinese still refer to the celestial northern pole region as the purple pole. In all cases, and many others, the color purple is linked to Saturn, especially during a primordial time remembered in mythology as the dawn of creation. What this tells us is that there once was a distantly ancient age wrapped in a sea of dark celestial purple, a purplish light that radiated a dense and global warmth that seems to have emanated from a single dull orb, shining at a time well before the arrival of the sun. We see today this glowing disk appears to have been permanently stationed at the far north of the heavens, as the late researcher Dordu Cardona surmised. The evidence of myth which points to Saturn having once occupied a position above Earth's north polar regions, is voluminous. There is not a race on Earth that has not preserved at least one account which states as much. According to this evidence, Saturn occupied a central position in the north celestial regions. It rotated, and rotated widely, but other than that, it was immovable. Cordona 78. It is this darkened and primordial sun, this dull and immovable orb, that would eventually become the god and planet known as Saturn. But before Saturn rose to his status as the great creator god of mythology, primordial man spoke of this time as the great dream time of our distant past, a time celebrated in the oral and written traditions, ancient peoples the world over. Like a man was the sun when it showed itself. It showed itself when it was born and remained fixed in the sky like a mirror. Certainly, it was not the same sun which we see, it is said in their old tales, the Popol Vuh, Mesoamerican creation story. According to this understanding, at that time, there was no bright yellow sun as we know it today, one that rises in the east and sets in the west. There was no way to calculate the passage of time, to tell day from night. No stars could be seen through the dense atmospheric purple haze that engulfed the heaven. There was no moon from which to tell the passing of time by its phases, or by which the Earth's ocean could be influenced by great tidal forces. Humanity lived in a perpetual state of dusky darkness, everything wrapped within a warm and bountiful purple hue that permeated all existence and in which the nocturnal thrived. Like a giant blind reddish purple eye looking onto the world from within a swirling heavenly purple chaos, primordial man would have seen Saturn as a single pale disk of light radiating its benign presence from a position locked at Earth's celestial north. It had always been there, a presence that was an integral yet silently ethereal part of the Earth's landscape and mankind's experience. For how long this state of affairs had lasted, it is impossible to tell. How life on Earth may have looked during the age known as the Purple Dawn, when Earth was in orbit around primordial Saturn, circa 100,000 BC. Saturn can be seen in its primeval state, as magenta-hued sub-brown dwarf star. Saturn's famous rings had not yet formed at this time. The murky existence of life on Earth, as suggested the earliest mythological narratives and portrayed in the previous, would have belied the even and global warmth that allowed humans to walk unclothed and troubled by weather extremes. While a semi-nocturnal world seems at odds with modern concepts of what would be a healthy planetary environment, the supposed need for bright sunlight and a rotating calendar of seasons to support life is overstated. All that would be required for the sustaining of a habitable planet is precisely what the myth suggests primordial man enjoyed: an adequate amount of evenly radiated heat energy with a minimum red-blue light spectrum required for photosynthesis in predominantly psilocybin-based plants. Much in the same way that we observe coastal areas supporting submerged red algae under the filtering effects of the oceans, so too would the Earth's primordial environment under Saturn have enjoyed a radiating filtered heat in which red-hued vegetation would have flourished. A collection of pioneering alternative theorists have, in recent decades, sought to identify this dull primordial sun of mythology as having been a brown dwarf star, a fairly common celestial object that would have radiated energy in the red-blue, purple spectrum, rather than the red-green bright, or what electric universe proponents call a plasma sheath, a type of electrical bubble which would have extended out into space like a giant egg-like cocoon. The startling supposition is that an electric cocoon of this type would have embraced the Earth and all its inhabitants. The inside of this hypothesized plasma bubble would have acted like a dull mirror, a reflective field that would have uniformly bounced the star's warm radiation back onto all parts of the planet's surface to produce the even purplish primordial glow related to us by these ancient traditions. That's probably where we get light shows from. This reflected light and energy would have produced warm regions at both poles, while almost entirely negating meteorological effects like wind and rain. Weather features so common today under the current sun. To the ancients of the Gold, Silver, and Bronze Ages, this dull moon-like disk from the time of the Purple Dawn came to be identified as the sleeping form of the god Kronos, Greek, or Saturn, Latin. In other cultures, it would come to be known as Ra, Egyptian. Enlil, Mesopotamia, Tlaloc, Aztec, later transformation into Quetzalcoatl, and Shangdi, China. Though modern mythologists would later confuse many of these deities as being representations of our current yellow sun. An alternative interpretation of comparative mythology suggests they all share common identity traits with the Roman god Saturn, who was in turn identified directly with the planet Saturn. And that's the problem, is these interpretations later changed a lot of these gods. I've noticed that.
Alchemical traditions have it that this planet Saturn was our original and best sun, the first sun, before the coming of the red-yellow star we call today the sun. Today, this very same pale disk, spoken of in the earliest creation epics of mythology and seen inhabiting Earth's celestial north, can be positively identified as being the actual planet Saturn, at a time when it was in its primordial state as a brown dwarf star. Yet today, the same planet which was said to have once ruled the heavens from up high in the north is now a distant spot of light seen at the outer reaches of our current solar system. But it is the eventful and often frightening journey that the primordial Saturn would take on its path to the outer reaches of the solar system that has become the historic basis for much of the world's mythology and mankind's memory of a once great golden age. It is the forgotten journey that Saturn took from being Earth's primordial sun to its current position as a distant ring gas giant that will help explain the influence of the god Saturn over the warped occult phenomenon central to this work, the Saturn death cult. Locating Earth's original geomagnetic North Pole. It is important to note that Earth's geomagnetic pole would have been in a completely different position at this time to where it is today. Hat tip to Ted Holden. With Earth's current geographic North Pole region having been originally pointed at its original brown dwarf sun, the planet's geomagnetic field would have necessarily still been orientated in line with its celestial north despite its phase-locked equatorial relationship with Saturn. However, this would have positioned a phase-locked Earth's geomagnetic North Pole in a very different position. The best contender for where primordial Earth's geomagnetic north could once have been is strongly suggested by two significant bulges in the Earth's crust. These two bulges happen to be on opposite sides of Earth to each other. The larger one is called the Pacific Bulge, and it is located on the North Pacific's ocean floor between Hawaii and Asia. The smaller bulge is located on the opposite side of the planet in the South Atlantic. If Earth's current northern polar region was once pointed at Saturn as it orbited in phase lock, then Earth's geomagnetic north might likely have been located where the Pacific Bulge is today. Being the bigger of the two opposing bulges, the Pacific Bulge is the best candidate for Earth's original point of geomagnetic north, the bulge having been a possible consequence of Earth's original and differently orientated geomagnetic gravitational forces. The same would have been true, to a lesser degree, in the creation of opposing Atlantic-African bulge. Currently, Earth also has significant bulges in the Arctic and Antarctic regions, where the current geomagnetic north and south poles are found.
In the age of the dinosaurs, Earth's distant primordial phase-locked relationship with Saturn was most likely the environment experienced by the dinosaurs while they still walked the Earth. Most animals are nocturnal by nature. The permanent gloom of this time would have suited any nocturnal species, including dinosaurs. The heavy ultraviolet light shed by Saturn was the same beneficial ultraviolet light used today by reptilian pet owners to provide their pets with a basking spot in their enclosures. Reptiles in particular find this kind of ultraviolet light to their liking, as do most species of insects that see best in ultraviolet spectrum. Saturn's infrared spectrum would have also served most mammals well, the vast majority of which are nocturnal. While mammals internally produce their own vitamin C, pigs and humans are the salient exception. Under these postulated Saturnian-like conditions, pigs and humans would have needed to eat sources of vitamin C in order to stay healthy. Previous image, Earth during the age of the dinosaurs. The primordial brown dwarf star Saturn sat stationary as Earth orbited Saturn in a phase lock. The future, Arctic region, was always pointed at Saturn. Geomagnetic North Pole was most likely situated where the present Pacific Bulge is located. A permanent purple twilight saturated the Earth, with Saturn's plasma bubble appearing like a vast heavenly chaotic ocean. The even purple-hued light shed by Saturn and its plasma bubble cast no shadows, and the air was gently still. No rain clouds formed on the Earth, but Saturn's water misted down onto Earth's surface in a dense, humid vapor. Saturn's ultraviolet light spectrum would have been highly beneficial for nocturnal reptilian species. Great. Reptilian species, huh? So now we find out that the purple dawn was most conducive for reptiles. I wonder if there's anything to that, the David Icke stuff. I wouldn't be surprised. Have you heard of the Emerald Tablets by Thoth? It just so happens the reptile was green. Apparently they were found under a Mayan temple in Mexico. He says in it that one day they will attack those who reside beneath us. How about that? The megafauna giants of the past. Earth's electrical relationship to its primordial brown dwarf star Saturn would have produced a variable and lesser gravity, according to the electric universe principles. This would have allowed for the development of gigantic proportions in many species, most now extinct due to Earth's heavier gravity. When the gigantic fossilized remains of dinosaurs were first discovered, it was assumed that creatures this large would have had to buoy their massive weights by spending their lives in marshes and swamps. But subsequent discoveries have conclusively proven that these monsters spent their lives on dry land. They became the impossible dinosaurs because nobody could work out how their physical structures would have supported their own bulk under current gravitational conditions. Much has been postulated in attempts to explain this challenge to the accepted modern-day physics model that calls for Earth's gravity to have been a constant throughout its existence. These explanations have been inconclusive in the opinion of this writer, mostly because they are usually an effort to fit the evidence of the fossil record with the gravitational environment we observe today. But the more obvious solution is that the dinosaurs, and even some more of the recent mammalian giants, must have thrived during a time when Earth's gravity was much weaker. Earth must have enjoyed a nocturnal purple light glow and a lower level of gravity during its pre-human past. And this would have facilitated not only the development of larger animals and insects, but also much larger plants and trees. A thick, oxygen-rich atmosphere during its earliest existence would have complemented a lower gravity to allow for the flight of huge pteranodons and the giant insects that we know existed in the very distant past. The successful flight of such creatures with present gravity is doubtful, actually impossible. Golden Age. A time of bliss and plenty, the fabled Golden Age of mankind existed. for the duration of Saturn's precarious life as Earth's polar sun, a position threatened by the unstable nature of the newly born planet Venus and the encroachment of the Sun and its own planetary satellites. While initial contact between the plasma sheaths of both the Saturnian system and the Sun had been catastrophic for life on Earth, it also brought about the impetus for the rise of civilization and the golden age of exploration. Time and measure could now be put to use in surveying a world which would give its bounty freely due to the continued radiating warmth of the flared Saturn. But that was not the end of the cataclysmic events stalking the Earth. What was known as the Golden Age would in fact be permeated with catastrophic episodes that would eventually lead up to one of the greatest cataclysmic events in human experience, the Great Deluge, under a new sun. In the time after Saturn experienced its first contact with the electrical influence of the Sun, the new-look Saturnian system spiraled away back into interstellar space. As noted before, the Sun now could be seen from Earth as a distant light rising in the east and setting in the west. Intense auroral activity created various permeations in the pillar-like Birkeland current that connected Earth to the northern heavenly abode of Saturn. And I'm wondering if this is why we like light shows at rock concerts. Rock art, or petroglyphs, have captured these permeations in abundance and provide a useful view of the celestial sights witnessed by man during this golden age. It's a nice picture. The pinch effect on plasmas can lead to a shape that would have looked like a squatting man with arms held aloft in support of the heavens. See pictures below for image of plasma in a laboratory environment. Characteristic rendition of this auroral effect has been etched into rock faces the world over. Indeed, looks good. Yeah. Top left, recreation of the basic squatter man pinch effect captured in plasma laboratory experiment. Top right, American petroglyphs with distinctive squatting man images. Middle right, Spanish squatter man. Bottom right, American starburst pattern. Bottom left, American squatter man under concentric circles. The emergence of totems in various cultures also reflects a heritage going back to the Golden Age, when Saturn's rings appeared as outstretched wing-like crescents atop a glowing ladder. I see. The speculative impression of the classic totem pole legacy as represented of the Earth's Birkeland current. When I was a kid, I just loved totem poles. I was just attracted to them. The twisting, spiraling nature of Birkeland filaments reaching out into space would sometimes terminate in a fork-like effect. This is clearly represented in various rock art petroglyphs as depicted in the above right insert. However, Saturn's spiral journey through space meant that a return to the point of contact with the Sun's heliosphere was inevitable for Saturn and its southerly string of planets. How many times this process repeated itself is unclear, but sufficient to say that each time an approach was made, catastrophic events, deluge, global firestorms, and massive Earth changes could be expected to unfold in both the heavens and on Earth. The Golden Age polar configuration of the Saturn system. Though the ancients would not have perceived this as such, the Saturnian polar configuration now consisted of 4 planets from Earth's perspective. First in line from the northern top of the configuration was, of course, Saturn, itself now surrounded by frozen water rings and orbited by 9 small followers. It still glowed brilliantly after its energizing contact with the Sun's heliosphere. Next in line was the feminine Venus, the evening star, the bride of Saturn, a planet that would display wonderful streamers of light when electrically excited that were seen as 4 and 8-pointed starbursts radiating out from Saturn's center. Whether Venus was ejected by Saturn during the first flare-up or had always been there is not fully understood, but the chaos monster that had heralded her appearance was a direct result of Venus coming to life. After Venus came masculine Mars, red in color, and seemingly enveloped in the womb of Venus. Mars was the morning star, son of Saturn, and viewed as the archetype rebellious hero. Unseen during the Purple Dawn, the massive electrical discharge between Saturn and Mars had obliterated Mars' atmosphere, turning this planet's surface red. These three, Saturn, Venus, and Mars, formed the heavenly abode, an abode that could only be reached via the heavenly ladder that was the giant plasma Birkeland current that rose from Earth's North Pole, the axis mundi of legend. Earth, the last in this string of planets, was now the humble abode of mere mortals. Interplanetary warfare. It was during these times that the ancients witnessed the beginnings of discord between these godlike planets and began to fear destructive visitations by these celestial bodies. The planet Mars, the dark pupil in the all-seeing eye that was Saturn, made close approaches to Earth along the length of the visible yet translucent plasma current joining the string of planets. Looming large, it would bombard the Earth with its Martian rocks and thunderbolts before reascending up to its position under Venus, which would itself flare and stream light in awesome displays of cosmic lightning and beauty. Yet Walt Thornhill said that the polar configuration could only work if Mars oscillated between Saturn and the Earth. At least one full-on thunderbolt-laden battle was waged between Venus and Mars, during which Mars suffered a great scarring injury that we now see today on its surface as the huge chasm called Valles Marineris. The warrior god, the scarred face, had earned his battle honors. Yes, that might have been what it looked like. And that was the story of the Iliad, too, if I'm not mistaken. The giant scar of Valles Marineris on the face of Mars, the result of extreme interplanetary electrical arcing between a newborn Venus and Mars, seen from Earth. These terrifying celestial battles have been etched onto the collective memories of mankind in their depictions of Mars as the scarred warrior hero and god of war. Such episodes were looked on with abject terror by Earth's inhabitants and probably accounted for various extinction events in the Earth's history, due to the destructive effects of these planetary fluctuations and close encounters. Also, and largely due to the day-night effect of the encroaching sun's equatorially orientated light source. Life on Earth under the Saturnian sun began to look different. Gone was the luxuriant reddish and purple hue of the planet's fauna, and the atmosphere now replaced by the more familiar green cast of Earth's forest and jungles, thanks to the different radiation frequencies caused by the flare-up. Deserts began to appear and the oceans started to rise. More and more distant stars could be seen at night, and the various constellations began to take shape. Saturn and the axis mundi, at the height of the Golden Age, midday. Auroral activity at the base of the axis mundi would have created the illusion of a mountain from which the ladder to heaven ascended. This would be known as the Mountain of the Gods to most cultures, and most famously as Mount Olympus to the Greeks. The slide towards catastrophe. Gravity during the Golden Age started to get heavier. Now the two suns shed their energies over the Earth, with the planet possibly increasing in actual size. Due to its increased energy, absorption being converted into mass, E equals mc squared. Massive fissures and cracks would have appeared on Earth as a result, with correspondingly dramatic increases in volcanic and earthquake activity. Eventually, Saturn and its family of planets were permanently captured by the Sun, with the result that the Sun began to make a closer yet stable and more regular passage across the sky from east to west. The Saturnian system's polar configuration continued to persist, with Saturn becoming ever dimmer during the day and starting to take on a sick, blotchy look at night. The legendary letter to heaven, that was the Birkeland current connection between Earth and Saturn, started to buckle and itself oscillate, giving the appearance of a decrepit figure now ruling the northern sky. Already weakened by the various episodes involving the oscillations of Mars and Venus along its length, it was now only a matter of time before the interplanetary plasma current snapped altogether, and Earth would be severed forever from the Saturnian heavenly abode. The catalyst came in the form of the Great Deluge. Doomsday had arrived.
Walk into this room at your own risk, because it leads to the future. This is not a new world. It is simply an extension of what began in the old one. It has patterned itself after every dictator who has ever planted the ripping imprint of a boot on the pages of history since the beginning of time. It has refinements, technological advances, and a more sophisticated approach to the destruction of human freedom. But like every one of the superstates that preceded it, it has one iron rule. Logic is an enemy and truth is a menace. Any state, any entity, any ideology that fails to recognize the worth, the dignity, the rights of man, that state is obsolete. A case to be filed under M for mankind in the Twilight Zone.
Doomsday. A great cataclysm called the Deluge is said to have ended the bliss of the Golden Age. Saturn lost its position at Earth's celestial north, and Venus and Mars went on a cosmological rampage. During Saturn's initial flare-up, due to its first contact with the Sun's heliosphere, part of the ensuing chaos that enveloped Saturn had seen two filaments of discharged material escape into space, only to be captured by the Sun. There, for an unspecified time, they orbited their new star until such a time as when Saturn itself eventually became captured by the Sun. These filaments were primarily composed of Saturn's discharged particles of water, the remainder having been retained by Saturn to form that planet's distinctive ring. And what caused the end of the Golden Age? One of these frozen watery filaments collided with the Earth. As the Saturnian ring of planets was being captured by the Sun, this precipitated a deluge of water from space. It lasted for weeks. These filaments were primarily composed of Saturn's discharged particles of water. Atlantis sank beneath the weight. The great continent of Mu perished. Earthquakes of unimaginable magnitude raked the Earth, while giant winds scoured its surface. The Axis Mundi, Earth's fabled ladder to heaven, was irreparably damaged by this collision, and a decidedly sick, blotchy, and dimming Saturn was clearly starting to drift apart from its former system of planets. Severed from their electrical chain-like links to their original sun, the planets Venus and Mars ran amok. Those on Earth watched horrified as Venus took on comet-like aspect, turning into a Medusa and threatening the Earth with massive interplanetary lightning displays as it swooped by on its way to finding its new orbit. The breakup of the Saturnian system, Venus was transformed from a beautiful evening star to evil Medusa with flowing serpent-like hair, an archetype of the rampaging planet Venus, celebrated in art down through the centuries. Earth is overwhelmed by the effects of Venus' erratic behavior, while Mars battles the violent Medusa-like Venus. The collage by Troy, incorporating the works of Duval, Backlund, Martin, and Caravaggio. I wonder if those skulls of Peru are reptilians. Planetary chaos. Mars was no better and constantly threatened to erratically swing by Earth at close quarters while hurling stones and thunderbolts before it. Some of these Martian meteorites have been found as far afield as Antarctica. The subsequent series of battles in this free-for-all phase between Venus and Mars loomed large in the heaven and provided the inspiration for much of mythology's greatest stories. As if this were not enough, the slowly retreating Saturn, or at least its position in the sky over Earth, was now being stalked by another player in the grand cosmic drama, Jupiter. As Earth suffered under the onslaught of the deluge from heaven and the Axis Mundi all but disappeared, Saturn began a descent below the horizon. At this time, another bright star was seen to emerge in what had to have been Earth's southern skies. It too was seen to have rings, and due to the increased electrical activity in the region, also sported its own Birkeland current, which sent electrical arcing displays out into space around it, and gave the illusion to observers on Earth as if this new star were dangling by a rope. Called Zeus by the Greeks and Jupiter by the Romans, this previously hidden star seemed to briefly supplant the role of dying Saturn as the dominant force in the heaven. And this, or Zeus, was one of the Sun's planets. As it orbited into electrical contact with the Saturn system, it could be seen in Earth's southern skies, seemingly dangling on the end of its own Birkeland current. Faint rings could be detected around Jupiter, giving it the reputation of having stolen Saturn's rings. In mythology, Jupiter was the son of Saturn, who ended up murdering his father and replacing him. Nice. I don't know where I come from. We love our fathers. Jupiter is said to have tried stealing the rings of Saturn, an obvious reference to Jupiter's mythological murder of his cosmic father. And they said the same thing of Saturn with Uranus, too. The Jupiter was a part of the Sun's original solar system and acted as a partner in a binary star system. It is one possible contention. However, they share a common barycenter, so I would think that Jupiter would be offspring of the Sun, or born in the same group with it. Their oxygen matches too. This system may have been as much disrupted by the arrival of Saturn as Saturn's system was devastated by contacts on the big boy, with Jupiter then positioned in orbit around the Sun as it is today. Though on a different radius, it can be speculated that it eventually joined the fray by gradually swinging in through Earth's southern skies while on its regular orbit, and eventually appearing to come in from behind and below Saturn as seen from Earth. Another theory says that Jupiter and the other gas giants of Neptune and Uranus were always a part of the Saturnian system, but hidden from Earth on the other side of Saturn. Either way, mythology indicates that Jupiter seized Saturn's place and status in the heavens for a time, though Saturn eventually did make a sickly comeback as the reigning Lord of the Rings, as Earth righted itself after the axis-rocking events of the Great Deluge. However, the old god was dying, seemingly struck with leprosy, a result of increased atmospheric activity on the gaseous former star, and now sought permanent exile at the outer edges of the Sun's solar system, where it remains to this day, a distant pinprick of light, somehow at odds with its reputation as one of mythology's greatest gods. With Saturn now drifting off into the outer distance, along with its 7 rings and 9 followers, the cataclysmically shocked Earth now found itself firmly in the grip of its new star, the Sun. The erratic and dangerous orbits of Mars and Venus continued to threaten the Earth, though, as they sought orbital and electrical balance with this new Sun. Whole new societies dedicated to tracking these violent entities rose up amongst the Earth's inhabitants, as the survivors and refugees from the Great Deluge fought to rebuild their shattered homeworld. The priesthoods were born, and with them, the world entered into the Silver Age. Oftentimes I wonder to myself, why does our society seem so upside down? Why is there such a conflict in every area of science? Why does this schism exist, not just in one place, but in all places? Why is the electric universe being ignored? Why is our history in such conflict. That's what's so hard to figure out, who the good guys are and who the bad guys are. I found this interesting read here about
pretty
Saturn.
easy these
I'm gonna read it
days.
to you. All right, sheriff in the ancient Egypt was a lawgiver, and his badge was always a six-pointed star, which is a symbol of Saturn. U.S. sheriffs in the Wild West up to today still wear the six-pointed star. It is interesting that Saturn's symbol is the six-pointed star. Well, now we know that it was also a five-pointed and an eight-pointed star, so that was just one of its phases. Okay. Star. Saturn is the sixth planet
he
from the
was
sun.
right. I was
Saturn
wrong.
Day is the sixth day of the week. Not really. Saturday is actually the seventh day of the week, Sunday being the first. People always seem to forget that. Now, NASA is receiving images of the Saturn hexagon, a six-sided atmospheric formation at Saturn's poles. The sixth chakra of the human energy system is the third eye, pineal gland. 6 3 times is 666. When your third eye chakra opens, you develop your sixth sense of intuition. Well, it's a good one. And spirituality. From a consciousness perspective, the sixth sense, your intuitions, hunches, are messengers of God, your guardian angels. Isn't it interesting that angels have halos, rings, around their heads, and Saturn is the only planet with a halo or ring around it? Okay. That is why today, when you get married before God. And the symbol of that God is the ring that is put on each other's fingers. Don't get me started with that. The ring of Saturn. You're wearing God's ring. And the yarmulke was the round ring that you wear on your head for Saturn, your God. Even in the Middle Ages, in the temples, Catholic monks would shave their heads in a round circle, and Hebrews, instead of doing that, would wear the yarmulke. But it all had to do with the round rings of Saturn. Jordan Maxwell, Matrix of Power. The ancient name of Saturn was, as mentioned, El. It is the reason why those that were chosen by El were called elites. Oh, elites, okay. In fact, the words elect, elder, elevated, Elohim, temple, circle, gospel, apostle, disciple, evangelist, etc., all derived from the cult of El. Angels are messengers of God. Angel or angel too, for like a builder. But God was El, which is why we have the name of the archangels bearing the El suffix. Raphael, Michael, Uriel, Gabriel, Michael Sarion. Astrotheology and sidereal mythology. The plural term Elohim appears over 2,500 times in the Old Testament, but is falsely translated in most versions. This fact of plurality explains why, in Genesis, gods said, "Let us make man in our image." And I always wondered about that. As staged, plural. As stated, Elohim refers to both gods and goddesses, and its singular form, El, served as a prefix or suffix to the name gods, people, and places, whence Emmanuel, Gabriel, Bethel, even except Satan was one of the Elohim. But I heard that Satan, now I don't know if this is true, but I heard this, in the ancient times before Catholicism, he made him into something bad. His name was actually Satan, the tester. Now I don't know if that's true or not, but puts a little bit of a different light on it, doesn't it? The gods of the Elohim, angels, the messengers of God, when witches cast a spell, they put the hex on someone. It is the elites who run the world today. It's religion. In Islamic tradition, the rock is where Muhammad ascended to heaven, accompanied by the angel Gabriel. Atlantean, too, is the dome of the rock was built in the 600 AD era and was won back by the Israelites on 6/7/67 after the Six-Day War. The dome's outer walls measure 60, 6 times 10 feet, and 36, 6 times 6 feet. The Knights Templar claimed the dome of the rock was the site of the Temple of Solomon. Now, I've heard Solomon means soul of man, salt of man, a couple of different things. I got that from Mr. Astrotheology, Anici, and set up their Templum Domini adjacent to it during the 12th century. 12. Saturn is an important key to understanding the long heritage this conspiracy has back to antiquity. The city of Rome was originally known as Saturnia, or the city of Saturn. That is true. The Roman Catholic Church retains much of the Saturn worship in its ritual. Saturn also relates to Lucifer. They have that observatory that they named the Lucifer Observatory. I always wondered that. In various occult dictionaries, Saturn is associated with evil. Saturn was important to the religion of Mithra and also to the Druids, Fritz Springmeier, bloodlines of the Illuminati. Rome was known to the Romans as Saturnia, not Rome, and Saturn was one of their gods. Black is both Saturn's color and Satan's color. I thought it was red. And he's in a red suit. The Black Holy Bible tells us Satan is 666. Satan is the sixth planet. Its symbol, the six-pointed star, is supposedly has a hexagon weather formation. Saturday is actually the seventh day, like I said, and they also used a 5-point and an 8-point star. So that's not entirely right. Is this all divine coincidence? Or is our perception of Saturn and the other planets being manipulated by the Masonic magicians at NASA? And there's an answer that was really good to it. I conversed with Saturn on many occasions. Okay, request the Bible rewritten. Well, who knows? I don't know. It's crazy. But I'm going to give you a response that was pretty good to all that. The word police, it's different. Pole ice, Poleice. How about that? Pole ice. Okay, awesome. Interesting that humans are carbon-based life forms, and since the carbon atom has 6 protons, 6 neutrons, and 6 electrons, our number is 666. Okay, now this other person comes in named Zaro41 and really kind of sets it straight. My dear, you do not know anything of Saturn. You talk about things. The equation Saturn equals Satan was created by the Catholic Church to destroy the cult of Saturn, which was very strong in Italy and throughout the Roman Empire. Saturnus means divine intellect. Nus, the sacred fire. Of the state of being. Sat-Yuga was the golden age, and Saturnus was the god of being and time. Saturnus was the god of the golden age. The Latins spoken of the Saturna Regna, the reigns of Saturn, which were characterized precisely by the god as a symbol of royalty and wisdom. The treasure of Rome was under the temple of Saturn. The Catholic Church has converted Saturnalia into Christmas. Even in the 7th and 8th centuries, people honored the god of gold and being. The destruction of the cult of the god Saturnus was based on the equivalence of Saturn's equals Satan 666. Things are different from what history writes. The story is written by the winners, not the losers. I could write a book about the god Saturn. Well, that kind of changed it a little bit. I'm totally onto that. And then someone comes in and says this. The planet Saturn used to be extremely close to the Earth. Whether or not the Earth-Saturn system was as close to the Sun as present-day Earth is unknown. Viewing our solar system's past from the way it looks in present is chasing a dead end. It didn't always look this way. Saturn used to look much different and had no rings. It was in all likelihood a brown dwarf. Amen. The Earth's star, as the Far East still refers to it as Sol, Saturn, was a binary star system. Sol had planets of its own, and Earth was not an Earth. Oh, the Sun had planets of its own, and Earth was not one of them. Earth belonged to Saturn. Saturn appeared as an eye in the sky, the origin of the all-seeing eye. What happened? It got too close to the sun. Tidal forces literally destroyed the planet. Venus was likely created from a Saturn ejection, as was the ice that make up its rings. It is possible that Saturn split into Jupiter and Saturn, or quite possibly one or both of the other gas giants. Yeah, that might be very possible, like Neptune. It's also possible that Jupiter's always orbited the sun. Yes, indeed. They have the pretty much the same axial tilt, and they share a few other things as well, like oxygen. Jupiter and the sun were the ancient solar system. Either way, the orbit of the Earth was changed. Tidal forces and debris set off volcanoes, wreaked havoc on the planet. Saturn, when visible, would have looked like a fiery winged disk during this destructive process. The raining ice particles would have flooded the planet. The influence of the sun would have had a dramatic effect on all life. Eventually, things stabilized as they are today, with Saturn, our father, far from us. Mars, another Saturnian planet that had life, was placed in an orbit where life was unsustainable. How this would have looked to the intelligent creatures of Earth is likely the origin of many mythologies and religions. Well said. By the way, if Saturn was a brown dwarf, the sun's light might, depending on their orbit, shine down at an angle giving the impression of an arc. This is why, in Egyptian mythology, the sun rests on an arc or bull horns. Pretty good, pretty good. And this person's name was anonymous. Should have left your name. That was an excellent answer. That is on the AtlanteanConspiracy.com. I don't know much about it. I just happened to catch that. And let's not forget the human chakra system, which resembles Saturn and its rings.
The interesting where they smoke hashashin were luscious grounds, beautiful, luxurious places with lots of grass and flowers and fruits, and virgins. So this business about the virgin and the reward was done there by Chassanim.
That's where they get their idea of heaven from.
Right.
Huh.
That's where that came from.
Interesting.
You know. But this is all in Spencer's Encyclopedia of the Occult. He himself, Spence, the author, was a Rosicrucian. That's another Sufi group. I don't want to go into the Rosicrucians. So that's where that came from.
So you're saying that there are all these different organizations. One is the Sabbatian cult, which are Jews that were kicked out of Judaism. There's the Illuminati, which were not Jews. They were Gentiles who had their own little secret thing. You've got today's Skull and Bones Society that we heard about with Yale University and President Bush and many many famous politicians today.
Professor Anthony Sutton wrote about that in depth, too. He was the one that I just quoted earlier as being the author of the Wall Street and the Bolshevik Revolution, and Wall Street and the Rise of Hitler. So Anthony Sutton has written about that. He has a separate book out on that. Now I can tell you that in my 2 volumes, I start showing straight lines from the Illuminati and the Frankists, the Haskalah movement, the Jacobin Society, the Reform movement, and different years that initiatives had. The Illuminati were involved to destroy the Bible and biblical authority and to help promote biblical criticism in the university.
Policies and agendas and who's running things. So, Rabbi Antelman, what you're saying is that a lot of this started with a cult of people who thought that Shabtai Tzvi, who lived in the 16th century or the 17th century?
1626, 1676.
Okay, he claimed that he was the Messiah. In the end, he got so many followers that he was a threat to the kingdom, so the Sultan said either convert or die. He was jailed. He was put in prison. He chose to convert to Islam, lost a lot of followers, but there's still some hardcore members, and they took what he was teaching and they perverted it even more, and they decided that in order to bring the Messiah, we have to have everybody sin, so the world gets to such a low level, God has to come in.
Nothing in this world is evil. It is the intention behind that makes it so. Saturn is a planet, a powerful energy that has been utilized by the forces of darkness and of light. You can't just generalize it and say it's bad. That's good. And then someone here mentions Plato's The Statesman. I'm going to have to read that because I've heard a lot about it lately. I just don't want to get political. I agree with Mark Twain. If it really made a difference, they wouldn't let us do it.
What did I do to deserve such a fate?
Just a thought. You know, intuition is a right brain function, but so is gambling or chance taking. There's been many times that the gambler in me overrode the good sense intuition. How many times can you think you could say that? Your intuition was right, but the gambler in you took over and you still ended up with egg on your face. Like me. For the record, people will take an oath in front of God and then balk when it comes time to owe up to the vows. Nobody knows the meaning of the word commitment. Well, not nobody, but put near. Like Velikovsky said, beware the average man and the average woman. Beware their love, for their love is average. I think that Lucifer is supposed to be equated to Venus, the illuminated one. I'm pretty sure. Also, in 1936, somebody changed the tuning for A from 432, which is supposed to be the natural hertz of the Earth, to 440, just to disrupt the Earth. Seriously, what is going on? Why all this hatred and just crap that has been thrown into the whole thing? Whoever it is, they're anti-human being. It doesn't matter what color we are or what God we pray to. To me, we're all just auditioning in the mud for the next level. And if you spend your life hating any group, you're going to come back maybe as that group. So that's just something to think about. I think the world needs some more love. Just think how boring it would be if we all looked the same. You know, I think diversity can be a good thing. There isn't anybody better than anybody else. We're all the same. It don't make sense. You know, I mean, we're all victims to a certain point. We're born, we become aware, we live our lives, and we all have to die. Maybe the ones we answer to is our higher self, which I do believe we all have. And just forget about all that hate crap. Well, Troy had to get past a whole new paradigm before he got into the whole death cult aspect of it, which will be the next episode. So until then, please like, share, or comment. The more attention or the more love you give this video, the more eyes it will reach. Take care, and I'll see you on down the road.
Using the standard model of stars. So the solution, completely ad hoc. The object must have twice the surface area, it must be twins. Now the electric universe says, I mean, that is just an amazing ad hoc solution. The spectra of red dwarfs are crowded with molecular absorption features that are not well understood, so it's hard to extract the physical properties of a given red dwarf from its spectrum. That is also interesting. But the fact that there are so many molecular absorption features indicates that all of the requirements for life exist within that glowing envelope. So, all stars are electric. All red stars are gigantic. Planets can orbit within their anode glow, and even astronomers acknowledge that. They have suggested that there could be satellites orbiting within the Betelgeuse glow. However, with their notion that the red giant is formed by an ultra-hot core, those planets would not be suitable for life. In the electric universe, it has a cool core. Objects orbiting within the red envelope are suitable for life. Now, one of the very interesting things is that there are no seasons on any satellites orbiting within that red sphere, because the energy received on any body within that sphere is equal over the entire surface of that body. so that a planet orbiting within that red sphere has no seasons, even temperatures. In fact, I would say the brown dwarfs are the cosmic wombs of life in the universe. One of the interesting facts, of course, that would suddenly come out of this is that these red spheres are glowing plasma, and glowing plasma will not let radio waves pass through. So the search for extraterrestrial intelligence using radio waves is, in my opinion, a wasted effort, because anyone living on a satellite inside one of these glowing red wombs would not even be aware that there was a greater universe out there full of stars, let alone try and use radio, because any radio signals would not pierce that plasma. Just an interesting side issue here. So this is my view of proto-Saturn, and I've just put 2 satellites there, but there are obviously more. Titan, for instance, would have been one of the satellites. Earth and Mars. So there they are inside this glowing shell, and the evidence of the earliest recollections of mankind appears to be that the purple dawn of creation was the skylight. That was the colour of the sky, purple dawn. And that is precisely the colour you would expect in this circumstance, because you have the red end of the spectrum, and you also have a certain amount of the violet and ultraviolet light due to electrical activity in the plasma. So this fits with the, if you like, the earliest recollections of mankind, that was our environment. 50% of red dwarfs have Earth-sized planets in their habitable zone. Remember I said that astronomers feel this is the place where life is most likely to be found. Now if you look at Jupiter, for instance, and consider that as a red dwarf and its plasma sphere was lit up, Io has a 1.75 day orbit, Europa has a 3.5 day orbit, Ganymede 7 days and Callisto 17 days. Any of the satellites that were released from Jupiter's grip would have a rotation rate which equaled their daily rotation rate, because they're locked always with the same face towards the central body. It suggests that the Earth and Mars had orbits which were about a day in length. This is the kind of information that you can get from this kind of model. The other thing is, you'll notice in this diagram, there is no Venus. So we have a huge red anode glow, which was what we call proto-Saturn. We had a purple dawn of creation and no Venus. These are the important things to understand about proto-Saturn. Just recently, a map of a nearby red dwarf was produced using a Doppler imaging technique. It's one of a pair of red dwarfs near Alpha Centauri with a separation of 3 astronomical units. There's a bright near-polar region which can be clearly seen in the upper right panels, and a darker mid-latitude area visible in the lower left panels is consistent with large-scale cloud inhomogeneities. However, that's an assumption that what we're looking at is an atmosphere, but we're not looking at an atmosphere, we're looking at a plasma sheath. So this variation said in the electric universe model will be due to objects orbiting within that plasma sheath, either inside or outside that plasma sheath, because that would affect the discharge. The other thing is that this bright spot towards the pole is the same kind of thing that's found at Betelgeuse, the red giant, which indicates that that's the electrical connection with the Birkeland currents that drive these particular stars. If I'm right, the patterns here should be more repetitive than weather patterns and without banding like Jupiter, which is undetectable so far by this technique, but you never know what they can do tomorrow. Red dwarfs and giants change in radius, which is not the kind of thing that you would expect if this is a normal body. However, this change in radius is the star's response to changes in its electrical environment. It's quite natural. It's a plasma effect. They also tend to flicker in brightness. All of this is indicative of a star lacking the stabilising effect of the bright photosphere of bright stars. That's according to Don Scott's transistor model. That is a stabilising influence in all bright stars. Red stars don't have that luxury. Proto-Saturn's capture. This is the interesting part of it. This took me decades to try and figure out, because the model of planets arranged with their poles in a line is unstable. There's no Newtonian theory to explain a daisy chain of planets. So it eventually dawned on me that what we had was a dynamic arrangement where Proto-Saturn, which is in this diagram over here, that's Proto-Saturn, and you can just see a few little brighter red dots behind it. They are the Earth and Mars and other satellites. That's meant to represent those satellites. The explanation came to me once I had realised that the stabilisation of the planetary orbits as we see them today, why is the Newtonian system a clockwork system, or it appears to be a clockwork system, when you only have one force? Well, the answer is you cannot have a stable system with one force. There has to be a feedback mechanism. And as I explained the other day, you can change the mass of a planet or a star by either placing charge on it or taking charge away. And it occurred to me that a small star like Proto-Saturn entering the environment of the Sun would suffer a drastic change in its electrical environment, with a result, actually, that Proto-Saturn would have become one gigantic comet, because a body which is negatively charged with respect to its environment is a cometary body, and a body that's positively charged with respect to its environment is an anode in the discharge, and it is a star. So this was a change, a sudden change, once Proto-Saturn approached the solar system at that time closely. At least it would have been most drastic once it entered the heliosphere, the boundary of the Sun's environment with interstellar space. So Saturn as a comet is removing electrons, and the result is that it is losing mass, it's accelerating towards the Sun. The bodies behind it, actually, sorry, I got that around the wrong way. The Proto-Saturn itself is losing electrons, as comets do. They are being passed on to its satellites. The satellites are gaining in mass. Saturn is losing in mass. Conservation of energy says that Proto-Saturn accelerates towards the Sun, and this is part of the electrical capture mechanism. The Earth and Mars and the other satellites gaining in mass will tend to fall behind and line up, rather like Comet Shoemaker Levy 9. The electrical discharge, the polar discharge, in my opinion then, is the central column of Saturn's cometary discharge. We were sitting in this cometary tail, right in the middle of it. And all of the plasma discharge effects that were witnessed by the ancients and chiselled into rock come from that period of capture. I've said as a cometary body, Proto-Saturn loses electrons, it accelerates towards the Sun. All of this could explain all of the plasma phenomena, discharge phenomena, recounted by Dave Talbot and Eduardo Cardona. The latest measurements by Pitjeva and Standish suggest the astronomical unit is increasing about 23 feet per century. That means that the Earth is actually, its orbit is shifting over time. But according to the beliefs of astronomers, the astronomical unit shouldn't change at all. The mechanism I'm describing for the modification of gravity provides a mechanism that can be tested, because the Earth's orbit expansion should be a discontinuous function with discrete jumps following major solar storms and at Venus's inferior conjunction, when we sit in the cometary tail of Venus. So there are various means of testing these ideas too, outrageous as they may seem.
In the spring of 1955, Providence wished that the drama should heighten itself. The old chief of all pagans, the planet Jupiter, was destined to enter the scene and speak. It was a spring day in early April at Princeton. This is the time of year when magnolia flower in the Princeton campus has not a few of these trees, especially near the Firestone Library, profusely blooming. During the first week of April of that year, the meeting of the American Astronomical Society convened for 3 days in Princeton. In the university's chemical building, Frick Laboratories, I entered the auditorium during the reading of one of the papers, when the audience was already seated, and chose a place on one of the back benches, close to the entrance. I did not wish to disturb the convention by my presence, because, being recognized, I would have caused some discomfort. After listening to W. Bod and possibly one more speaker, I left as quietly as I entered. I did not return for the other papers.
The program of the 3-day convention had 102 papers presented by astronomers from all over the country, but only one not scheduled, yet read because of the great impact it carried in the field of planetary astronomy, made news. The next day, April 6th, opening the New York Times, I found a page-length column on a sensational discovery reported at the meeting. The column read in parts, "Radio waves from the giant planet Jupiter have been detected by astronomers at the Carnegie Institution in Washington. The waves appear to be short bursts of static, much like those produced by thunderstorms on conventional radio receivers. No radio sounds from planets in our solar system have been reported previously." Oh, that's incorrect. Tesla reported getting them in the early 1900s. The existence of the mysterious Jovian waves was disclosed by Dr. Bernard F. Burke and Dr. Kenneth L. Franklin in a report today at a meeting of the American Astronomical Society. The two scientists said that they did not have an explanation for the observed emission. Princeton, New Jersey, April 6th. The discovery was made entirely by chance. When the Carnegie Institution astronomers scanned the sky for radio noises from faraway galaxies, in the news release it was told that Burke and Franklin, who detected the radio noises of Jupiter, were entirely unprepared to observe any radio signal from the planet. Later, their perplexity was more fully described. At one point, they even assumed that some revelers returning from a party were the cause, trying to start the engine of their car. I mean, you can tell they were so uncomfortable by the discovery that they weren't sure they even wanted to be the discoverers, because they were afraid of getting blackballed. They had to go through the hierarchy. Or that the radio noises were caused by some experiments on a neighboring radio station. But the noises were finally traced to Jupiter. In the weeks that followed, Burke and Franklin observed that the signals were arriving 4 minutes earlier each day, and at length they realized they must be of extraterrestrial origin. Every third night, for 6 minutes, when the receiving antenna was directed toward the spot crossed at these minutes by Jupiter, the signals repeated themselves. Then the astronomers of Washington came to the correct conclusion, unexpected and surprising as it was. For me, this news had special significance. My own earlier expectation of the noises of Jupiter was based on my view of the giant planet as the center of a powerful electromagnetic system. In ancient sources, the planet Jupiter was associated with thunderbolts. Before World War II, a discovery was made by Jansky of the Bell Laboratories that radio signals arrived from the Milky Way. During the war, it was discovered by the U.S. Army Signal Corps in Belmar, New Jersey, that the sun sends out radio noises too. It was a chance discovery made in the process of testing radar echoes from the moon. The radio noises were found arriving from faraway galaxies and were explained as crashes between galaxies riding through one another.
a new science, radio astronomy, was born. My understanding of the nature of the sun and planets made me assume that these bodies are charged, or that at least their atmospheres are strongly ionized. Of Jupiter and Saturn, it is known that they influence, in some mysterious manner, the solar spot activity, but nobody thought that these bodies, or their atmospheres, are charged. Now, seeing my claims confirmed, I called Helen Dukas and told her that I would like to acquaint Professor Einstein with the discovery of the noises coming from Jupiter, and wished to see him for a few minutes only. We agreed that I should come Friday, April 8th, in the afternoon. Then I called my editor at Doubleday, Walter Bradbury, and told him that I would come the next day, in the morning. Already on the phone, I drew his attention to the column in the Times. My book, Earth and Upheaval, was being prepared for print, together with my lecture before the Forum of October 14, 1953, as a supplement, and this lecture contained my challenge that Jupiter would radiate radio signals. For several years I wished that a check should be made on Jupiter, and took this opportunity to suggest it to scientists. In my letter to Einstein, June 16, 1954, I again suggested that an investigation be performed. It was a challenge on my part to Einstein to stake the debate on this my claim, and at the same time a plea to help me that the test should be performed. Einstein did not respond in that instance. In a note made on the margin of my letter, he wrote, "This would be no criterion. This was not well thought through." Right, because he didn't have it. Either there must be on Jupiter a dissociation of negative and positive charges that would produce thunderstorms of unearthly magnitudes, or more likely the entire body of Jupiter is charged, surrounded by an electromagnetic field, and attracts opposite charges from space, yet by continuous subatomic processes of fission in the great discharges, or by some other process, keeps its general charge undiminished. The Forum lecture, a discussion of my thesis of 1950 in the light of new discoveries in the fields of archaeology, geology, astronomy, brought in its wake, even sooner than I dared to hope, a confirmation of a bold yet well-founded advanced claim. The discovery of Jupiter noises thrilled me, as had no other confirmation before, and it was the first of a long, spectacular series. Emmanuel Velikovsky.
Welcome to Space News from the Electric Universe, brought to you by the Thunderbolts Project at thunderbolts.info. The parent star of planet Earth holds a strange and special place in countless ancient traditions around the world. The celestial body identified as the sun in myth, religion, ancient astronomies, and rock art routinely bears no resemblance at all to our familiar sun. One of the most common ancient depictions of the sun is an orb or star within a crescent, an image with no modern natural referent. And numerous traditions depict the sun as a spectacular celestial wheel, with a warrior hero appearing as the axle of the wheel. For decades, comparative mythologist Eb Cochran, as well as his colleague David Talbot, have worked to reconstruct the natural events that produce these extraordinary mythical patterns. It is their conclusion that in the relatively recent past, in the era of prehistory, a period of instability reigned in the inner solar system, bringing planets within close proximity to Earth. In this episode, Ev begins our investigation into the question, did ancient man observe a different sun?
It is important to underscore the radical nature of our hypothesis. We hold that the solar system has only recently been subject to wholesale reordering, that in fact, well within the memory of mankind, a different sun prevailed.
Our hypothesis is fundamentally a work of historical reconstruction based upon our mutual researches in comparative mythology and ancient religion. The research of Dave and myself is distinguished from other comparative mythologists in that we draw upon and emphasize the message of prehistoric rock art to illustrate our findings from literary traditions. To take but one example from hundreds that might be offered, ancient paintings and petroglyphs of the sun depict a wheel-like object, commonly 4 or 8-spoked in structure. Such artworks are global in nature. Yet how is this fact to be explained? From the conventional standpoint, such artworks are interpreted as abstract or metaphorical in nature. Miranda Green, for example, in her otherwise interesting book, The Sun Gods of Ancient Europe, concludes, "The pictures do not describe reality." We beg to differ. It is our view that the prehistoric paintings accurately reflect the appearance of the ancient sky and offer compelling testimony with regards to an unfolding catastrophic celestial event in which nearby planets dominated the northern circumpolar heavens. The mere fact that analogous sun petroglyphs will be found around the globe supports this conclusion. At the same time, ancient myth offers corroborating testimony in this regard, wherein a different sun dominated the sky in former times and presented a wheel-like appearance. In this sense, as in countless other examples, the testimony of ancient myth and prehistoric rock art agrees at a level of detail that is impossible to explain by mere coincidence. In the Thunderbolts of the Gods, together with a number of other recent publications, Dave and myself have presented a wealth of evidence that the former sun was the focus of prodigious electrical activity and the source of spectacular outbursts of lightning, heaven-spanning storms, and aurora-like phenomenon. In ancient Mesopotamia, for example, the Sumerian word for sun is Ud. The same word is employed to write storm or thunder god, a startling extension of meaning. Sumerian hymns invoking the ancient sun god likewise describe it as a source of storms. So one hymn reads, "The sun god thunders over the mountains like a storm." Another hymn reads, "As my king the sun god comes forth, the heavens tremble before him and the earth shakes before him." Now I ask, does this sound like a realistic description of the modern experience of sunrise? In what sense is the sun's appearance over the eastern horizon ever accompanied by a shaking of heaven and earth or great bouts of lightning? What could the sun have to do with thunder and lightning? In the present solar system, of course, the answer is nothing at all. Yet the mere fact that other ancient languages preserve this very same semantic link between sun and lightning confirms the fundamental historical veracity of the Sumerian traditions and cries out for an explanation. Ancient Egypt, for example, offers corroborating testimony in this regard. In the pyramid text from the 3rd millennium BCE, the sun god's thunderbolt is specifically compared to the lightnings of the sun. The word in question here is Mut, M-A-W-T, which has cognates denoting lightning in numerous other African languages. Significantly, however, the very same word is used to denote the spokes of a wheel. In the present world, of course, lightning has nothing whatsoever to do with the sun or wheels, hence the fundamental importance of such terminology for our historical reconstruction. But we need not rely simply on ancient language and myth alone. Mesopotamian cylinder seals, together with prehistoric rock art and other early artworks, likewise depict the sun with lightning-like structures emanating from its core. Students of comparative myth will recognize the structure adorning the face of the sun here as the thunderbolt wielded by the thunder god. So, for example, thunder gods like Zeus or the Semitic Adad are routinely depicted holding exactly this thunderbolt. Properly understood, the evidence from ancient language, like the testimony of prehistoric rock art, represents an enduring fossilized record of a different solar system, much as the discovery of a dinosaur bone harks back to its former age, one radically different from that which currently prevails. It must be remembered here that the denigration of myth is a relatively recent development, basically originating during the early decades of the 20th century. The science of comparative mythology, like the complementary science of comparative linguistics, grew out of the 19th century writings of world-class scholars such as Max Muller and Adalbert Kuhn, who rightly emphasized the prominent role of the sun and the thunder god in ancient myth and religion. Yet the excesses of these schools, together with that of the Pan-Babylonians, led to a general backlash against naturist or astronomical interpretations of myth and religion. Current models of myth, such as that advanced by George Dumézil, which dominates scholarship, emphasize linguistic connections above all else and are much more narrow-minded in scope. For example, Dumézil largely focuses on Indo-European myth. Most important, perhaps, is the fact that current models of myth always seek to understand the ancient traditions by reference to the present sky. But the ancient testimony is impossible to square with the present solar system. And as a result, scholars are left with empty slogans pointing to figurative language, metaphor, and such statements as that of Green, quoted earlier, to the effect that the pictures do not describe reality. As Dave and I have documented, however, granted the fact that the ancient traditions and prehistoric rock art complement each other, it therefore stands to reason that they do indeed describe historical reality. Confronted by these sun wheels, for example, on ancient rock art, the default position of so many modern scholars is just to ascribe those artworks to imagination or abstract forms, completely overlooking the fact that the same exact design is found all over the world. So at that point, you need to ask yourself the question, were ancient skywatchers on every continent on the Earth imagining the same fantastic structure in the sky, which in this case is just a cross on the face of the sun or a lightning bolt on the face of the sun? But we could cite 1,000 other structures that we could describe if we wanted to. We're just trying to focus the discussion on these particular structures at the moment. But are we supposed to imagine that all these skywatchers all around the globe were imagining the same thing? That is not a logically sound position. It's much more rational to assume that the ancient skywatchers were trying to describe their personal reality. They drew the picture of the sun that they saw, and that's why those pictures agree all around the world. Things that are imagined are not going to agree unanimously around the world. It's just that simple.
Various plasma instabilities are found on Jupiter. NASA launched the Juno spacecraft on August 5, 2011. Its primary mission includes analysis of Jupiter's massive plasmasphere. How do its electromagnetic influences affect the Jovian system? Since Jupiter radiates more energy than it receives from the Sun, astronomers think that some kind of internal dynamo, acting like a generator, must be creating the excess. However, there are processes occurring on Jupiter that are now coming to light. Jupiter is an electrically active world, far more than computer simulations predicted. Based on what was surmised about Jupiter, a 5 Gauss magnetic field was assumed to exist. When Juno entered orbit and began its scientific measurements, levels as high as 9 Gauss were found. Compare those readings to Earth's 0.5 Gauss field, and the anomaly of Jupiter's electromagnetic energy can be deduced. Its field is so irregular, some astrophysicists to suggest that there is an anomalous structure in Jupiter's core. Recently, for example, Juno discovered jet streams on Jupiter that run further down into its atmosphere than previously thought. over 3,000 kilometers deep. Why the atmospheric bands are so deep is a mystery, since they have always been associated with superficial weather patterns. According to a recent press release, the south pole of Jupiter also exhibits an unusual grouping of phenomena. Under some simulated conditions, and on Saturn, cyclonic storms merge with one another instead of repelling each other. Multiple vortices encircle a central whirlpool of gas and dust. The structures are warmer than the surrounding cloud bands, but are still near absolute zero temperatures. Perhaps the Great Red Spot that has persisted for more than 300 years can provide additional clues to how the polar vortices are formed and stabilized. The consensus opinion is that it is a cyclonic storm driven by rising heat from below, because it is warmer than its surroundings. However, exactly how it was formed and why it has persisted for so long are mysteries. Wind speeds around its perimeter have been measured at 635 kilometers per hour, twice as fast as a terrestrial tornado. As previously written, Jupiter and its moon Io dissipate 2 trillion watts between them. That flow of electric charge causes lightning in Jupiter's upper atmosphere, along with auroras at the poles. Since Jupiter is obviously an electrical environment, it is there that some answers can be found. Rotating charging bodies produce dipolar electromagnetic fields, whether they are gas giants or rocky planets. Why some planets like Earth and Mercury possess magnetic fields, while Venus and Mars do not, demands further investigation. However, the basic physics of charged objects in motion generating electromagnetism is not debated. Plasma is not a substance. It is a state of matter. Any material can become a plasma if electrons are stripped from atomic nuclei, causing charge separation to occur. Whenever there are regions of opposite charge, and Juno team members detected a gravitational asymmetry inside Jupiter that most likely contributes to charge separation. Double layers will form, and an electric field will develop. An electric field, no matter how weak, accelerates charged particles. Depending on the characteristic of any given plasma, it will be affected differently by electricity. This could explain why the polar vortices are so distinct. Jupiter's electric field accelerates plasmas at different rates. Coupled with the cloud band observations, the massive cyclones exhibit distinct temperature bands, high wind speeds, and endurance. They appear to be more permanent fixtures. Charge separation in plasma could explain these anomalies. That's Stephen Smith.
Had a drastic effect on the system as a whole. The Saturnian planets were wrenched out of polar alignment as their respective spin rates accelerated in response to the Saturn system's displaced forward momentum. The multi-resonant state was suddenly broken, permanently upsetting the primeval state of our solar system. No longer axially synchronized, individual charge sheets formed around each planet as the conjoined plasmasphere of Jupiter and Saturn subdivided, electrically isolating them from one another. Saturn was displaced from its polar position, and the gaseous envelope surrounding the Saturnian planets began to disperse. As Velikovsky indicated, the increased distance between Earth and Saturn was most likely the result of both the removal of Earth from its place as well as Saturn from its place. The opening scenes of the divine spectacle would have been seen in the north skies, since Earth was still millions of miles below Saturn and Jupiter. But after Earth was released into a path of its own around the Sun, the plane of Earth's orbit would lift steadily, eventually reorienting at a steep inclination crossing over the Sun's equatorial current sheet twice a year at each equinox. Thus, the eyewitness perspective on Jupiter and Saturn shifted at this time, so that the unfolding drama panned from the northern skies to a side view of the sky gods receding away in the southern night sky. Derailed from their dynamically synchronized alignment, Jupiter and the large Saturnian planets immediately redirected their orbital momentums into elliptical outward-bound spirals. Nearly all myths of the fall tell of the disappearance of the gods into the deep night sky. A distinct parallel may also be drawn to the teachings on Zimzum, the first stage of creation described in the Kabbalah, the self-contraction, concealing, shrinkage, or retreat of the god's original form into a new dilation or opening of space. Steadily diminishing in size and luminosity, receding away from Earth in the inner solar system, hiding himself, withdrawing himself, entering into himself, the contraction of departing god Saturn cleared space for a new creation. The Kabbalah continues, that Zimzum contraction was completely uniform all around, so that it left a vacant space called Tehiru, an empty, hollow, uniformly circular on all sides. Until this time, our ancestors would have had no concept of limitless space extending away from the Earth because such conditions had never before been seen. Unfurling like a curtain drawn open, the old heavens progressively whirled away from Earth on all sides. The primordial cosmic waters of the old Saturnian gaseous envelope retreated and withdrew, differentiating a deep open space in place of the rainy wall of clouds that shrouded Earth in former times. The age of Jupiter, now upon the world, introduced mankind to the light of the stars in the darkness of the night. In Egypt it was Jupiter as Re who boasted, "I am he who made the hours, so that days might come into being." Nuit was specifically the nighttime star-studded sky arched over the wide horizon, through which the red sun-like disk of Re journeyed each night. In the Iliad, Night herself apportioned Zeus's sovereignty to the wide heaven among the cloudy aether, a wide band of night sky centered on the ecliptic, from approximately 17 degrees north to approximately 17 degrees south, the way of Anu, likewise assigned to Jupiter as Marduk in the Near East. As the battling sky gods retreated through this expanding space into deeper and more distant reaches of the solar system, they discharged as brilliantly lit wandering stars, still huge in size, though far removed, lighting the night as nearby suns. All four outer giants still exhibit rotational speeds far out of proportion to their sizes. All four still emit significantly more energy than they receive from the sun, and they are in that sense stars even today. At first looming large near Earth, Jupiter became the new central body of the sky, more or less taking over Saturn's old identity. When Jupiter was first born, he defeated Saturn and the Sun by his brilliance, we are told in Vedic literature. It was then that Zeus became Lord of the bright skies. A stellar history for Jupiter was, in fact, much in vogue among mainstream astronomers through the 17th to 19th centuries, when popular astronomy famously speculated on the nature of Jupiter as a dark star, a hypothesis revived during the second half of the 20th century in light of the considerable implications suggested by data recovered from orbiting satellites and interplanetary explorers. Jupiter's wide-ranging variety of active emanations, infrared, radio, X-ray, and ultraviolet among them, have led others to consider Jupiter as a failed sun, or a star yet to be. Jupiter's volatile magnetosphere would continue to display dramatic plasma instabilities as it distributed an excess of voltage. Progressively acclimating to an outbound spiral orbit, Jupiter's appearance would have been stupendous in size, visibly larger than the daytime sun. Jupiter's massive magnetosphere, today 10 times stronger than that of any other planet and about 4 times as wide as the sun, would have fluoresced with brilliantly colored glow-mode plasma flows for some time thereafter, retaining enough of a mini discharge to give a semblance of starhood. Below Jupiter's glowing globe appeared a long beard, mantle or cloak trailing all the way to the horizon below, a stupendous plume of plasma extending away from Jupiter's south geographic pole. This plasma expulsion would have been primarily an inflow of electrons, but simultaneously also an outflow of protons and other disassociated ions. Appearing as a steep elongated cone, Jupiter's southern expulsion was also characterized as his royal mountain or throne of glory. In the Kabbalah, this appearance is remembered as the long-bearded Arik Anpin, the extended countenance of the newly crowned star god. He let out his throne above and stretched a part of his glory below. And the Ancient of Days did sit. His throne was fiery flame, and his wheels burning fire. For a cloak Marduk was wrapped in an armor of terror. With a fearsome halo his head was turbaned. On the other side of the world, Viracocha was similarly remembered as a tall, glowing, bearded man dressed in a long, flowing cloak, who came in a time of chaos to set the world to rights. The fluorescing debris appears to have assumed a highly flattened, disc-like or lenticular distribution over time, and still extends all the way to the orbit of Jupiter today. Sometimes referenced as zodiacal light, the ethereal fire waters of the dust cloud once extended some distance either side of the ecliptic plane, both obscuring as well as highlighting the fixed stars of the zodiac. Today the residual afterglow or countershine of the zodiacal cloud remains visible as a tall cone-shaped ribbon of soft light brightening on the plane of Earth's orbit before sunrise and after sunset. The interplanetary dust cloud, as such, represents the mortal remains of the primordial gaseous envelope dissipated during the collapse of the Saturnian configuration. Some of this debris may still remain suspended in the rings surrounding the giant planets. Earth would also wind up with its share of drifting dust and debris. Gas vapors, ionized meteoroids, and assorted celestial wreckage began falling through the magnetosphere with short-lived splendor. Heavier infalls of material through the ionosphere sparkled and fizzled out in the upper atmosphere as concentric circles and spirals aglow in the night. Migrating through the interplanetary cloud year-round, sweeping through the densest clouds of debris during each equinoctial pass through the solar current sheet, a near-Earth terrestrial dust cloud began to accumulate. Electrostatically suspended along Earth's equatorial plane, this dust cloud was sorted by the conductive sheaths of Earth's plasmasphere into rotating belts and rings. In the Zohar we read, "Then a great reservoir was formed out of the unfathomable deep, or Tehom, just as if a huge hollow had been dug. This reservoir divided itself into 7 streams, resembling 7 long vessels, glimmering with a metallic sheen. All of them are in the form of concentric circles, like the layers of an onion, with rings inside each other." Most traditional mythologies retained memories of these earth rings, a rich profusion of descriptions handed down from remote antiquity and conserved to this day in several schools of esoteric thought have puzzled scholars and laymen alike for centuries. During the day, these debris rings appeared to some as concentric streams, rivers, or seas. To others, as a looming golden-green hill stretching from horizon to horizon, covered with wind-blown grasses. Some saw fields of wheat or beds of bamboo.
And they act like it's sacrosanct, like it was handed down from Mount Sinai. Illusionary dogma that even if you question it, they try to blackball you. And what's up with all that? I mean, where are we headed with that? It's crazy. America, our First Amendment rights. But if you speak up and say anything, or even just delve into the evidence yourself, they try to make you think you're a bad person. Call you names like conspiracy theorists. Well, a conspiracy is nothing more than a plan that's made to be illegal. That's it. Conspiracies happen every day. That's nothing. It's just a word. It doesn't matter what it is. The Kennedy assassination. They got an official story that they try to cram down our throats. And if we don't like it, try to make us out like we're some kind of crackpot or crazy. I mean, that's not America. I don't know. One more thing that we haven't tackled, and that's the gravity issue. A while back, I did a video with Theodore Holden, and I don't know if you know it or not, but he was the guy who formulated it out a long time ago that dinosaurs could not lift themselves off the ground in today's gravity. And it caused quite a backlash, but then they just swept it under the rug like everything else. But
as it is to do one of those 1,000-pound squats or deadlifts at the normal weight of 350 or whatever. Okay.
yeah, that's a game changer. I mean, that should slap somebody in the face right there.
It did, right? And it's like, there was a huge controversy over that. Like 30 years ago, I was the only person on the planet saying anything like that. Nowadays, I think most people agree.
Mm-hmm.
They've done the math. It's like they've listened to the arguments, and I think most people agree with me that you couldn't have large dinosaurs walking around in today's world. The controversy now is like, do you or don't you want to believe in an expanding Earth theory of any sort? And the answer to my way of thinking is no. I have no use for Earth expanding theories, and
even with what they found out down there at that the deepest place under South America, where the ground is actually coming up and expanding.
I hadn't heard about that. Give me a second.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Geez, what was that? I just saw it not that long ago. What's that one what's the place called where it's really deep down under South America? The Mariana Trench.
I don't really know.
Okay.
There's two reasons why anybody would ever talk about an Earth, expanding Earth theories, right? One would have to do with dinosaurs. The other would have to do with the tectonic plates of the ancient supercontinent, Pangaea. Right. Okay. The tectonic plates of Pangaea wouldn't fit on a planet. They appear as if they would require a planet of greater curvature, a smaller planet, right? But there's another way of explaining that, right? In other words, you've got the Earth sitting there underneath the dwarf star with its pole pointed straight out the dwarf star. It's going to get pulled into an egg shape, right? It's not going to be spherical the way it is now. Okay, it's like Pangaea was simply sitting there at the high point of the egg.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and that would explain the greater curvature. Now, as far as dinosaurs go, like I say, you couldn't have it. It's like, if you put a sauropod dinosaur next to Bill Kazmar at equal sizes, then what you're seeing is one creature at the top of the food chain, the other pretty near the bottom, right? In other words, Kazmar's body is 90% bone and muscle, right? And that's trained as well as you ever could have muscle trained. And the brachiosaur's body is mostly gut and digestive system for processing leaves and grass, right? And I mean, if Kazmar couldn't make it 20,000 pounds in our present world, then a brachiosaur sure as hell couldn't.
Yeah, I heard they had 3 hearts in their neck just to pump the blood.
No, it's ridiculous. You've got two problems with dinosaurs with large dinosaurs, sauropods on their necks, right? And you've got two kinds of sauropod dinosaurs. You've got like brachiosaurids, which, according to the bones, apparently held their necks upwards, and then you've got the diplodocids, which would have held their necks outwards, or at least that's what the bones indicate, okay? Either way, you've got an insurmountable problem, right? It's like, in the case of the brachiosaurids, it's everything, in other words, the limiting value of something like that in our present world is the giraffe, right? Now, it takes a gigantic amount of blood pressure to get blood to a giraffe's brain, okay? And the giraffe has this very, very tight skin, which acts like a pressure suit, like for a fighter pilot.
Right.
And basically, a giraffe's blood pressure would blow our vascular system apart. Well, he's trying to get blood to a brain which is 20 feet high. I mean, what is some sauropod going to do to try to get blood to a brain which is 60 feet high? Experts claim that would put, the brachiosaurids in the position of just being constantly at risk for some kind of a circulatory system disaster, right? Now, that's no way to go through life, especially if you're trying to rule the world for 60 million years or something like,
Yeah.
Doesn't make sense. So they're claiming, well, It must be that, like, what the bones are telling us is wrong. They must have all just held their necks outwards, and the diplodocus apparently did hold their necks outwards. But in that case, you're dealing with a problem which is just as bad or worse, and I think is worse. You're talking about the center of gravity of that neck together with that much torque. You know, what you would really be talking, the one thing in the Earth which would be ballpark for that kind of torque would be like the combined maximum torque of all 4 of the engines of an Iowa-class battleship. There would be enough torque to drive a 65,000-ton warship through the water at 35 knots.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're going to hold that with some kind of a structure made out of flesh and blood?
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
No, so there's no way for a large dinosaur to hold his neck in our present gravity, and that problem, if somebody ever really was able to do the math for it, which I have not been able to do, would almost certainly be a bigger problem than the question of gravity, you know, just being able to support weight, you know, on land. They used to think dinosaurs, you know, the large ones would have lived in water, but they had no adaptation for that. They would have needed snowshoe feet, right? In other words, the feet they actually have would just sink straight into muddy river bottoms. You know, they would take 3 steps to be immobilized.
So what happened?
Yeah, gravity changed, right? It's like you've got you know, like pictographs, right? Like, what's the word?
It was Velikovsky's claim that only a few thousand years ago, a period of chaos reigned in the solar system. One of the planets closely associated with Earth was Saturn, and watery filaments rained on our planet following Saturn's violent flare-up. Decades later, based on the respective research of Dave Talbot and Eduardo Cardona, Thornhill developed his own model of a primordially close relationship between Earth and Saturn, which was the source of all the water in our oceans, while leaving remnants in its rings. Today, Thornhill continues his presentation, shifting his focus to his own successful predictions for the Saturnian system, including the mysterious moon Titan.
Before I tell the epic story, a warning. Our education systems train students to memorize a litany of facts, which produces global groupthink. Students are not given the time or encouragement to critically examine the history of ideas. A leading researcher into the learning functions of the divided brain, Dr. Ian McGilchrist, has shown such blinkered left hemisphere training renders students functionally blind to alternative ways of looking at a problem. The left hemisphere simply blocks out everything that doesn't fit with its take. It doesn't see it, actually, at all. So scientists with their narrow specialised training may look at but cannot see what to a non-expert may seem obvious. They will be the last to see a paradigm shift in the making. This is particularly evident for electrical phenomena in space. Even the Nobel Prize-winning founder of the idea of an electric universe, Hans Epstein, was ignored when he warned in his 1970 acceptance speech of an inevitable crisis in astrophysics if electric circuits in space are not recognized. Houston, we still have that problem after almost 50 years. I have lived since a teenager with uncertainty about accepted truths and learned to have the courage to challenge them. The result is not chaos, but a synthesis of ideas that explains the old ideas better and finds new ways of incorporating what seems a chaos of anomalies. And the best test is that of classical physics, simplification. The resulting paradigm shift is not a threat, but an invitation to the greatest adventure we may ever know, to begin to understand our real place in the universe for the first time. In our electric universe, stars and planets are formed at the same time inside molecular clouds, along a snaking cosmic lightning bolt. Gravity plays no role in the process. Since cosmic lightning takes the form of a twisted pair of current filaments, it is found that most stars are in pairs, or multiples. Planets will tend to do the same. Like the snaking filaments in a novelty plasma ball, the star-forming filament moves on, leaving a string of massive objects behind to gravitationally form the weird and theoretically challenging zoo of exoplanetary systems recently discovered. Some gas giant planets are subsequently formed in close orbits about a star that has ejected charged matter to achieve stability with a changed electrical environment. The ejection flares may account for the flickering of newborn stars, which can't be explained by gravitational accretion. This explains the unexpected hot Jupiter seen in large numbers closely orbiting other stars. The most numerous stars in the galaxy, brown dwarfs, which would appear reddish if they could be seen with the naked eye, are generally classed as failed stars, yet they have the baffling ability to produce massive stellar flares. This is simply explained because red stars don't have the ability of main-sequence bright stars to control their current by a transistor-like action in their photospheric plasma. A brown dwarf can only respond by discharging matter electrically. The capture process of a brown dwarf star involves flaring and ejection of charged matter by that body in order to achieve a new electrical equilibrium in its adopted family. That accounts for the large number of close-orbiting moons of our captured gas giants in remote orbits. With this in mind, I want to take you back to just before the famous Cassini-Huygens space probe was to arrive at Saturn on July 1st, 2004. In news reports, Saturn was dubbed the original Lord of the Rings. There is a profound truth behind such a glib turn of phrase, but it wasn't until the advent of the telescope that Christian Huygens in 1656 was able to suggest that Saturn had a ring. So how do we explain the Saturnian ring symbolism that pervades our cultures? The halo of the saints, the royal crown, and the ring given in marriage are Saturnian symbols, as are the circled or Celtic cross, the Egyptian Ansate cross or Ankh, the Eye of Ra, and the astronomically baffling star inside the crescent. The star at the top of the lighted Christmas tree is pure Saturnian imagery. It is truly amazing that we are still haunted by prehistoric archetypes. It helps us to understand the extraordinary archetypal attraction of Tolkien's fantasy of Lord of the Rings. He was well versed in mythology. The following description of events is based on the surprisingly detailed and truly remarkable scholarship of Talbot and Cardona, which required explanations with the physics of an electric universe. Let's call our primordial star Proto-Saturn. It was an independent brown dwarf with its own entourage of satellites, including the Earth, Mars, and Titan. Proto-Saturn's dim reddish light was due to a glowing red anode plasma sheath, much larger than the Sun, enclosing Proto-Saturn and its inner satellites in a radiant cell. The term dwarf star is purely theoretical, since they are difficult to see and measure. In fact, NASA reported a brown dwarf which was radiating as if it had twice the expected surface area. The environment inside the radiant red shell is most hospitable for life on any enclosed satellites because there are no seasons, and water is conspicuous in the spectra of such stars. Water misted down on this planet continually, and red light is ideal for photosynthesis, which explains the abundance of ferns and other vegetation globally in the Carboniferous era. But there is a catch. Brown dwarf stars are known to flare, sometimes to the extent, as one astronomer commented, that any satellites would suffer a very bad day. Such flaring by Proto-Saturn accounts for the geological strata and the fossil record of a number of global mass extinctions and instant burial of dismembered plant and animal remains. As we approached the Sun from deep space, our plasma sheath flickered like a faulty electric light when the two stellar plasma sheaths, or magnetospheres, began to clash. Proto-Saturn's galactic electrical power was usurped by the Sun, and its appearance changed dramatically. Before dimming forever, the dwarf star Proto-Saturn would have flared brilliantly like a comet, ejecting charged matter to relieve the electrical stresses caused by the sudden change in environment. Even now the former star has not completely cooled. Saturn still radiates more than twice the heat it receives from the Sun. And we have a simple explanation for the origin of Saturn's mysteriously short-lived water ice rings. As the Proto-Saturnian system approached the Sun in the outer solar system, our minor star's gravitational sphere of influence steadily shrank, and its outer satellites were progressively stripped away. This and the earlier capture of the other gas giants provides the source of trans-Neptunian objects as they're known, including Pluto with its unexpected geology and atmosphere, and its peculiar moons. There is a simple physical characteristic that links a captured star with its offspring. It is the axial tilts. Like our close-orbiting moon, satellites tend to orbit their primary with the same face always turned toward it. If they orbit in the equatorial plane, their spin axis will be aligned with that of the primary. As gyroscopes, the satellites will retain the same tilt even if jolted from their orbit, although the process may induce a wobble of the spin axis. It is therefore highly significant that the two key planets identified in the ancient pantheons, Saturn and Mars, have axial tilts closely similar to that of the Earth. The tilt of Saturn at 27 degrees to the ecliptic plane is itself an enigma, unless it formed independently from the Sun. Venus was described as a spectacular discharging body in the ancient congregation of planets. It can be explained if Venus was ejected in the flare-up of Proto-Saturn and the infall of the stream of ejected matter from swiftly rotating Proto-Saturn gave Venus a slow retrograde spin. The magnitude of the axial tilt of Venus to the ecliptic is much less than Saturn's, which suggests that Venus was ejected from a low latitude. This accounts for the hellish temperature and new surface of Venus, having been recently spat from the mantle of a brown dwarf star. Its filamentary equatorial scars caused by spectacular radial discharging, and its thick atmosphere inherited from the brown dwarf and subsequently modified by interplanetary and cometary discharges. Venus still has a cometary magnetotail stretching to the Earth's orbit, and its mountain tops glow with plasma discharges, which return Magellan's radar signals as unexplained shininess. Has a surprisingly young surface that gave rise to ad hoc theories of resurfacing events. They're unnecessary. Venus is a baby. Since my predictions were written in 2004, the electrogravity model has been further developed, and it explains electrogravitational capture and the rounding of cometary orbits by electrical discharge. It explains the huge capture cross-section of stars and why the observed phenomenal discharging of cometary Venus caused it to finally have the most circular orbit of any planet.
The catastrophes described in ancient sources were traumatic experiences common to all mankind. Purged from conscious memory, these records are now interpreted as allegories, metaphors, and the trauma has been submerged in the unconscious. Velikovsky calls this collective amnesia. A revolutionary theory of the universe based on the records of the past has challenged the fundamental beliefs of modern science for more than 2 decades. Today, the unexpected findings of space explorations have confirmed many of the predictions of this theory, but the man who proposed it, Emanuel Velikovsky, is still rejected by established science.
Well, I've taken a lot, but they're not very good. You're in too close for most of them.
And if I transgressed and went into many fields of science and humanities, it was not because I was born a rebel. I was coerced to trespass. The belief that we are living in an orderly universe, that nothing happened to this Earth and the other planets since the beginning, that nothing will happen till the end, is a wishful thinking that fill the textbooks, and your textbooks are still of Victorian vintage. Is any physicist here who would stand up and defend the proposition that only gravitation and inertia are in action in the solar system? But of all my heresies, this was the greatest. And let me ask you another question. Is a theory of uniformitarianism, which means that nothing what happened in the past could have happened if it doesn't happen today. On this is built the modern geology. On this is built the modern astronomy. On this is built the modern biology and theory of evolution. And so it is only wishful thinking that we are living in a safe, never perturbed solar system on a safe, never perturbed Earth.
Mountains were born, and mountains collapsed. Land and sea changed places. Great streams of lava flowed. The sea boiled and evaporated. Such were the scenes of unimaginable violence during the times of global catastrophe.
Bear with me, I re-uploaded the chat. I think it's good now.
Record.
Go ahead.
No. So about Nick. Off you go, Nick.
Yeah, we're just talking about that Tychos Bray system.
Yeah, I still don't understand that. What is the basic premise of it, Nick?
The YouTube thing, or because you can even the actual software. They've done a Stellarium, Greg, and I've got that up and running on my computer here. But this is called.
Can you share your screen?
Yeah, I think so. If I can learn how to do it, I will do.
I'm gonna stop sharing mine. Go ahead, because I'd like some visual aids.
I'll see if I can get this up, Greg.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So basically, what you're saying is that all the planets don't orbit the sun; some orbit each other.
Well, look, we do. We orbit the sun, but on our way of orbiting the sun, there's also this slow orbit of you know, for instance, the theory is there's this slow orbit of us orbiting Mars as that occurs. And so as we're orbiting the sun, we're also slowly orbiting Mars.
So,
right? And then you've got the same with others.
Is
So you get
is
this
Mars
loop effect.
orbiting?
Mars is orbiting the sun.
Okay. How can the Earth orbit Mars and the sun at the same time?
All right, I hope to show you in a sec if I can get this
Okay.
going in a sec.
Yeah.
Share screen.
Yeah, share screen. I'd like to see that. That's interesting, but I'm just like, I want to understand it better.
Can you see this?
No.
Not yet. Not
yet.
So you get a box come up and you got to go.
I'll start sharing, yeah. Right, I've got this running now. 1 second equals a day. Right now. 1 week equals a day. I'll put a trace on.
Can you see that, Greg? No, I don't know. Greg's not talking.
I think he's gone. Put a trace on him. Lines.
So that's off his website, isn't it, Nick?
Yeah, this is off that Tychos
website.
The Tychosium, yeah. Right, hang on. So you got all this data on all this lot. Let me have a look. Right, run trace. All right. So I'm tracing all these now. I'm not tracing them all.
No, you've only got some planets in there.
That's the sun.
There you are. Look, see, you see one of the loops there. Which planet's that just looped?
I'm not sure at the moment. Let's have a look.
So it's a big white one out the side. Is that the sun or is the sun in the
I
middle?
think that's Jupiter. So right, let's turn some of these off. Turn out all these big ones off. Jupiter's going off. Saturn's going off. Uranus, Neptune, Halley's Comet. So, for now, let's stick Mercury and Venus off.
I don't get it.
So that now is the Earth.
Interesting. I see the Earth and the Moon in the middle.
Right,
so is
that's
it saying the Earth and Moon don't move?
Well, yeah, but right now, check this out. Now, I will move it to node, Greg, to being, I'll change the center, like I was talking about, if I can. Can do it. I did it earlier. Trace, positions, stars and helper objects. Let's have a look, see what that is. Earth cam. That's AU distance longest. Zodiac. Polar line. There's a way of changing the barycenter. But back to the barycenter. If there's a way of doing that in here. Orbits. Orbits. No, so it's not that. So let me just come back up here.
Wonder how he got all of this.
Well, it's all data that's published from all the old astronomers, and it's the only thing he hasn't used is the new Hubble data. Well, I think he's used some of that, but not the Gaia data, because it's like I say, they're just bullshitting us. It doesn't add up. Right, so this is, I've got it at Earth center. Oh, look at Earth. Right, now, if I turn it on to the barycenter, right, I'll turn it on to the sun. This is how it's meant to be, right? Just turn them traces off. Turn them back on.
Interesting. Now, what are these? I need to know what bodies these are.
Right, well, all we've got here now is the sun, Mars,
okay,
the Earth and Moon.
Earth. Okay.
The Earth and the Moon going around it. So now I'm going to add.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So now, this is according to our model that we've got now with the solar center, and you can see how this doesn't make any sense under gravitic law anyway.
Right. Yeah.
But
we know gravity is an electric dipole.
Right. Yeah. Right. So I'm going to add some more planets.
What's the pattern that it creates, Nick? When you got the trace on the
looks like the flower of life.
There's a name for it, Stopia or something. I can't remember. Yeah, but it does create all these different things. Yeah. Right. Let me have a look.
So these planets are doing this. That's what he's claiming.
Right. This is what they claim. This is the shapes that claim the planets are making. So we got the Sun and Venus now.
Yeah.
Venus and Mercury. So that's Venus and Mercury. That's and so look how close Mars is coming here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Mars is going to get closer to the Earth.
Well, now I'll put on the orbits. I'll put on the something of the sun to show you what its actual what it's following. I can
keep going. I have to.
Yeah. Well, while you do that, Greg. Greg, it will just keep building patterns.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be right back.
And that's the geometry of it, isn't it, Nick?
Well, this is what they're telling us it is at the moment. Now I'm going to turn all these orbits off, apart from the sun. That's what I wanted.
And that was one of the things he said in his presentation about how Venus and Mars occasionally get very close, which is again in Velikovsky's work.
Well, it shows it on here. Venus,
has got very close. That's one of the things Velikovsky talked about, and you seem to get that. What do they call it? The Battle of the Gods or the War of Gods, where and Venus was involved, and actually we're watching it all here.
Right, so that's the shape they say the inner planets are doing. That's the dance they say is happening.
Yep.
That's under that system.
Yep.
And look how complicated. Right. Look how.
And you haven't got Halley's Comet in that, have you, Nick?
Sorry?
You haven't got Halley's Comet in that dance, have you?
Well, no, I haven't put the outer planets or anything on yet. So I'll put Jupiter on. There's Jupiter.
Yeah, and you'll have to show Saturn for Greg.
So that's going in a quite a good circle around the sun. Not too elongated. Let's have a look where Saturn is. That's quite a way away, I bet. Go out a bit further. There it is. So it's all revolving around the sun in the middle and all these complicated little patterns. Then, as we get out, Uranus. It's too far out to see. Go further out. There's Uranus.
Yeah. What's What's that? The one that the green one we've got now, Uranus, is it? Where it's doing the dance around
I'm not
itself
sure
in
what.
the spring.
I'm not sure what that is yet. Neptune. Halley's.
And there's Halley's Comet. That's Halley's Comet. That.
Yeah,
that
so that's
one down
Halley's
there.
Comet spinning around like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So now I'll turn this. I'll zoom back in.
I'm back.
And turn it to. See, that's what they're saying.
There's your inner planets. Patterns in your inner planets.
That's how the planets move according to this the current model.
And that's that. Now, remember, Vogt had that dipole thing he used to talk about before he went off track. He's not with us anymore. So, but I've seen so many. I'll tell you who else has a similar diagram is what's his name? Buddy talks to him occasionally. The physicist bloke. I'll think of it in a minute. Anyway, he has like something like that.
Looks like the flower of life.
Yep.
Yeah, right. Well, right. I'll start again in a minute and put the
Halley's Comet, Greg. That's grouse to watch Halley's Comet, how it does its loops. Right. And
Yeah. How far is
76-year loop from memory. It's a 76-year loop from memory, but we see it more than once, and we think it's a different one because of us doing our little loop.
Yeah. What's the green circle? What's the big?
That's
Halley's Comet. Okay, I get it. Wow, that's interesting. And how did this guy find this out? By watching other star systems?
It's just a different interpretation of astronomical readings, and without looking at it from a gravity standpoint, and when you do that, when you look at it purely from a trigonometric, I mean, a geometrical standpoint, this simpler form comes out. Now, let me just set it back to the barycenter, which is the barycenter of Earth and Mars.
Mm-hmm.
But you also see, Greg, when you look there, you can see how even the outer planets, aren't just going around in a circle, because you start to see how the lines create.
And they can't explain those.
They know for a fact that it's doing this.
Well,
no, it's a theory. That's what they tell us.
Okay.
Yeah,
this is barycenter. So if we look at the center now, we're back at the barycenter of
Interesting.
Right, now I'll just change this day again. I'll start back in 20. I'll start back this year again.
Is there a name for this? Do they have a term for it? The Tycho.
Yeah, that's what they call it.
Tychosium?
The Tychos Bray system. This is called the Tychosium, this piece of software.
Tychosium, okay.
Now,
this is the Tychos Bray system. He's written a book, Greg.
He's written a book, but you must remember, Greg, it's not just him. Because during it, he talks about other people that are also doing research, and it's a combination of all these different people, and they're putting it together. So it's not just one person, right? And then, of course, now Nick's gone to your star alignments as well. And that's the next big part of it, of why they believe what they're saying, is because of how you get your alignments and your shifts with your stars. And the other thing was how they also say that the stars are closer than we're told. That was one of their big things, wasn't it, Nick?
Yeah, because we're not getting these massive big swings. We measure in our orbit, but more sensible. Well, we're hardly moving basically under this system, as you can see. So we can get very accurate star readings from the Earth. Not the satellites that NASA says they got this, doing that, and giving us information from these satellites they got everywhere. Dubious, most of it is.
It's just, it seems a lot more chaotic. I mean, if every planetary system is doing this, there doesn't seem to be a method to the madness. I mean, what is?
Well, there is. If you look at the diagram,
Yeah,
there is.
Can they ever Can they ever just break away, or do they stay in lock with each other? They have to, right?
Yeah.
Well, they're in an electrical conduit, aren't they? They're locked into an energetic system.
So like a colloid, yeah.
No, the big argument is that the sun's the biggest thing since sliced bread. Therefore, it's got the most mass and therefore the most influence on the rest of the planets. But maybe it's just an incandescent ball of gas, most of it, which would mean it hasn't got a massive gravity. Maybe there's one of these solitons sat inside Mars, which has got an enormous energy, but it's all stored up and rotating in a single phase, which means it doesn't set off a magnetic field. You can't read the magnetic field around it because it's all cancelled out. But it might have a massive charge for all we know.
And then of course you've got Saturn and Jupiter and that, which would also keep everything in line because of where they're positioned. But you have a look. You've even got your outer planets do loops.
Right now, if I put on right now, I'll just turn on the outer planets. And you'll see what spherical orbit they've got under this system with no loops. We'll just turn off Airless for a moment. And so I've just turned on Neptune, Uranus, Saturn.
I think
Jupiter. That's Jupiter. So I'll just zoom out. So that's circular. That's got a circular orbit around the Earth and Moon.
Okay. Hold on, I'm getting Neil in here. I'm sure he's going to want to take a look at this. Okay, he's going to join. Okay, I gave him the link.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, keep going. Now that's pretty wild.
There's your star systems. And there's your star systems, Greg.
Yeah, I see that.
All right, it is fascinating what it's basically a lot of old, again, like Velikovsky, gone back through a lot of the old, what was previously, and with the modern technologies, been able to sort of work on it and put it together.
He's put all these ephemera into a list. All these different readings of the planets and where they've been observed at what time, and he's been able to stick a formula to them so that then he's got these rotations, and that's basically what we're looking at.
And
it works like clockwork, obviously.
Yeah, that's what he said. It's like a Swiss watch. It actually never technically wears out.
None of these parts will run into each other under this simulation either.
Nick, bring Neil up to speed with this.
Yes, if you so wish, as if I have anything to say beyond the curtain.
Yeah, it's new, it's brand new to me too. This, go ahead, Nick, explain it to him.
Yeah, it's kind of like a stellarium, but these guys who've made it to illustrate the Tychos Brahe cosmology, as opposed to the Keplerian one or the Newtonian
one. What is the
one.
crux of the difference between the two? I mean, obviously the clockwork Keplerian idea I'd understand, but the other one.
Unit school. Sorry, what did you say?
Oh, sorry. I was just, I obviously, or I think I understand the Keplerian model. You mean like the Newtonian clockwork idea of the universe or the solar system versus, I'm not sure, the other one.
Well, basically, what was under dispute before Galileo even, was that we had a solar centric system instead of an Earth centric system, and there were quite a lot of proponents for the Earth centric system, with who obviously been observing this and concurring with these observations for hundreds, if not thousands, of years, and it was it was only Copernicus and who decided that we ought to look at a more solar oriented system.
Oh, that's true. Except that the faith that Copernicus had that it would be well accepted, same as Tycho Brahe. They had such faith that they waited until they were dead to publish it.
That's beautiful.
That's a very smart idea, because the church was talking to Galileo before that, and they go, "We know that it's a solar-centric system, but we can't tell anybody, and no one has the math for the other one. So if you don't stop talking, we're going to burn you alive." And he was like, "Okay, I'll stop that then."
Yeah.
Sorry, I mean, you got to inject humor into this, but they did, I think, according to, from what I understand, they did know, or had a lot of suspicions that it was the case. And the recent, I don't know if you heard of, well, actually, no, I can't remember the gentleman's name, but he was talking about things that he found in ancient Egypt. And one of the things he found was the words for year are literally the words Earth, orbit, sun.
Mm-hmm.
Like they knew, like way before, the Ptolemaic system, but probably even born. But I'm assuming that their interest in the sky was, they considered it holy, so they would probably have ideas about that, which go beyond our points of view of them, where we have sort of brought God into an etherical semi-being that has nothing to do with anything in the sky. Besides,
under this system, the Earth does still orbit the Sun, but it's doing a rotation. More importantly, with Mars, and that rotation takes takes place in precession, and also this particular configuration of the planets.
Are we looking at the first 3 planets here?
I'm trying to figure out what I'm looking at. I'm trying to turn some of it.
It looks like the relationship between Mars and Venus and Earth.
Yeah,
that's what it looks like.
So I've got Earth and the Moon at the center at the moment.
Oh, I see. Okay, that's why.
This is the Barry. No, this is the Barry center. It's producing the Barry center between us and Mars. I think that's what this is doing.
That's the craziest thing I've ever seen.
Well, you can get the same thing from if you watch the sun, and you watch the orbits of the planets, the first 3 planets. That's why I thought that's what we were looking at. Now that I see the moon going around there, I understand what I'm looking at. But they did also create these flower-like patterns, and in my opinion, and I think I'm right, but I could be wrong. I believe that the people who were, like the Mayans, for example, were extremely interested in close encounters with Mars, or not Mars, Venus. Whenever Venus got to its closest approach to Earth, that was a problem.
And under this system, we do get that.
That's good. Well,
right?
It does have to do the same system. We have to see the same thing, so that definitely makes sense, at least.
Yeah. So Neil, the thing that on the what Nick and I watched and Greg's watched some of, the people that did this talk with this bloke, right?
Mm-hmm.
The thing that they really struggled with this system is where's the gravity, right? You know,
Yes.
that was the big thing they couldn't get their head around, wasn't it, Nick?
Absolutely.
Now, how old
They
is
said,
this?
yeah,
So the
they
people
said
who
it's
interviewed him and
totally,
discussed it with him were really good, right? But they just couldn't get their head around that. Where's the gravity? You know, and as I said to somebody, well, Thornhill could probably explain that.
Well, no, I don't. I think that this is not the correct theory. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm not saying that we are, totally right about everything. I included have problems with, for example, the Earth having different points of gravity on its surface, or places where, like, we have to make course corrections on spacecraft. Even though we were sure we were right the first time, then why is it different now? Those type of things. So yes, I do have some concerns about these things, because the thing that I look for if I have to change something, for example, is what needs to be changed. What anomalies are there that say there's a problem? And I look for those. I'm not sure if this is a solution to that, but you're right. You would have a definite problem with regards to gravity. I mean, you're talking about a much stronger electric field if it was going to be able to push away Venus like that. Like, it comes in and then suddenly it goes, oh, don't want to get any closer. I'm going to piss off now and travel outwards again.
Under this system, I think Nick put it before, it does appear that Mars has a lot of energy, like he even mentioned, it once could have been a brown dwarf. That right, Nick?
Well, that's right. I mean, there's evidence that it's seen an awful lot of action, Mars, and it's probably had whatever gases surrounded it or liquids blasted away.
Sure.
It could have been an absolutely large body at one point. The thing is, if it is one of these solitons, as Earth could be as well, it's generate. Well, Earth does generate a lot of its own
energy,
electricity.
That is true.
And maybe Mars is all right. It hasn't got this electromagnetic field, but I think this Simon Green, who was pointed out, who's looking at these solitons, and they're quite an amazing thing to look at as well in terms of electrical behaviour on a fractal level, microscopic and macroscopic, presumably. And he's showing all sorts of these geometries that pop out on a microscopic basis, and I think these could probably, it's really odd behaviour that some of these things do, and I think this could be applied to the energetics of the planets rather than purely this looking at it from A, gravity, and B, heat and temperature.
Well, clearly you're right. I mean, I've been arguing about that for years. I totally understand. There is nothing in most cells to tell it how to grow, unless it has some sort of outside influence to impact it to make it grow a certain way. I mean, as you are probably aware, there's basically no difference between monkey, a cow, and a human at like 3 months. We're just the same little embryos type of thing. And then suddenly because of the DNA, it expresses itself differently inside a field. This is my main concern about going to Mars. You might get to Mars, you might even be able to live there, but what do you grow there if what will food look like? Like, this was supposed to be a cabbage. Doesn't look like a cabbage to me. And that doesn't even talk about babies. Not from mutations. I just simply mean that.
No, I understand. What is it, David Llewellyn, or what I think his name is, in the US? Well, like they do micro, and they change, like get things to grow, arms and stuff like that.
So this is the sun's sphere of
electrical
influence, right? This is all in the sun's sphere of influence.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
This is and this simulation is if you're looking at it from a solar, this being the sun, the part, the center part of the system.
They basically it will all behave the same way. Like basically from the Earth's perspective, it will look the same whether or not it's doing the I'll call it the Copernicus way versus this way.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
The same observations can produce both models exactly.
Well, except that this one has a problem with, as you said, there's two problems I see with it. I think this system is looking at these things the way that conventional astronomy looks at these things, or astrophysics, which are separate bodies with a bunch of empty space around them. And then the trouble is that the tail of Earth, if we could see it in this thing, will point directly away from the sun, no matter where. And all of them will point directly away from the sun because we're inside the sun's sphere of influence, and as such, the electric field. So there will be a tail on every planet. Well, even Mars has a tail, but it's really thin because it has no magnetic field. It has an electric field.
I think that's right, but the point is that all the outer planets seem to revolve around this Barry center of Earth and Mars, which revolves around the sun as well.
Well, that probably isn't true, but let's just say it is. That is the way it should be, because all of what basically from our point of view, I think that is why we called it the underworld, where gods go to die. When basically we looked out along the outer planets, like basically outside this, like you just look down south, because obviously if God was the North Pole, then south would be anywhere along the equator. And then there's that, assuming there was rings or no rings, but if there was rings, they cross the 7 rings, and then they go out to die out in the Hades' netherworld there. And they seem to not really do much except for stay in the same spot, because the distance between Earth and the other orbit of Earth is only 1 astronomical unit, so it's 2 in total. And the closest gas giant is 5 astronomical units away. So we could only ever see it by a degree, like 20 degrees off of its face from the sun. We could never really see it as anything but orbiting this group of planets, which are very close to the inner solar system. Which I generally agree with. In principle. So, if you didn't know, you could take the Mars, Earth system and all that, and just say they're just moons of the sun because they're so damn close. If you want to think of it that way, obviously not though. But
right, because of the axial tilts.
Well, clearly yes.
Yeah.
It's much more likely that Mars and Mars and Saturn. It came from their own system with Earth, but it's also looking at just Jupiter and Venus alone. It's clear that they are aligned with the sun. They are almost perfectly up and down with it. So, I think Jupiter's 9 degrees off. That's it.
Yeah, I should be able to find that on here. In fact, if I hopefully I can actually.
And according to the mythos, while Cronus was a Titan, Jupiter orbited inside of it, though it was orbiting around the sun. We only saw it in the morning and the evening, like we do with Venus. That's the big hint, by the way, that something's inside of our orbit, is the fact that we can only see it on the morning and evening, because if it's outside of our orbit, we can see it all night long. But if it's inside our orbit, like Venus is, we have to basically... any time it would be in view would also be when the sun is in view, so the sky is blue. But if, as the morning and evening rolls around, sun goes down, Venus pops up and goes high, and then disappears.
Yeah.
Or shows up in the morning and does the same thing.
No, Thornhill has shown that.
I was meaning actual tilt, not degrees tilt off of the center of the ecliptic of the sun.
Right.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
When he was talking, I can't remember what I was going to say. I hate that when that happens. I think I have Alzheimer's, I swear.
It's called old timers, and it's happening to me. It's very scary.
Is your
I couldn't even remember that guy's name just a moment ago. I'm like, why is this happening to me?
I know. Dementia's got to be the scariest thing ever for someone, when they get older. Like you see what
I am
Biden's going
happy.
through.
Well, that's old age. Yeah, my father acts like that. Like that's why
Yeah.
it's like people are going and saying so. Not that I want to be political, but it's like he's acting weird. No, he's acting perfectly normal for someone who's over 80.
Yeah. Well, you see,
I mean, not that I'm
guys
obscuring anything. This is not a promotional deal. I just meant, generally speaking, that's how it works. You get old, and
So, yeah.
yeah. And now, I mean, even watching, if I might take a very small break, even looking at watching Captain Kirk, William Shatner come online. He wasn't as sharp as he was 10 years ago. He's 93 years old or 94 years old now. So,
Yeah.
And congratulations to him for being the oldest man in space. But I mean, I give him credit for that. I mean, he's in the Guinness Book of World Records. Congratulations.
The Shat is crazy.
But the other gentleman who blew my mind had two strokes. Kirk Douglas, not Kurt, but Kirk.
Yeah, Kirk Douglas. Yeah.
And he was doing an interview with, I think it was the Daily Show about 10 years ago. When he was 101.
Wow.
You know what I mean? And he had trouble speaking because only half of his face could move.
Yeah.
But he was a whippersnapper. Like, I swear to God, he could tell you stories just boom, 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 boom. Like once I had to break through his, I'll say, language barrier. Once I understood what he was saying, because obviously I've heard him act before, so I'm Spartacus, the whole thing,
Mm-hmm.
But he was very articulate. Obviously, that's the part that does scare me, where your body fails you, either mind or body.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt.
That's.
Yeah.
I mean, I already feel the depression and suffering of just not being able to climb the way I used to, or walk, or.
Yeah, you got to fight through that shit. I know.
Yeah.
See, I got to go to see my doctor today because I got to get back and seeing some kind of a medical doctor because I don't really know. I haven't been to the doctor in 6 months. My doctor turned a cold shoulder on me when I wouldn't go take radiation and chemo. I'm glad that I didn't, but I don't know what's going on inside of me.
Given your age, there are reasons to want to go a different route because it's much easier to survive weekly poisonings. That's basically what chemo is.
Yeah.
If you're younger, clearly below 50.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just fact. But obviously, if my mother, for example, she was under 50 and she had breast cancer, as many women I found in my community did, not over an abundance amount, obviously, but still. And I was like that's scary stuff.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
And
it is. Yeah.
And
I'm doing the hydrogen peroxide now.
I'm not even sure what that is. Going to make your hair white? Are you trying to become a punk rocker?
No, that's
just wait longer. Your hair will get white.
There's different kinds of hydrogen peroxide. 35% food grade is the only one that can be ingested.
I would assume that low amounts would be because I think it's a poison.
Well, it's oxygen. It's H2O2, and you flood your body with oxygen, and it kills free radicals and all that shit.
See, I did not know that.
Yeah,
I probably would have just been I would have just ingested. I would be sitting there. What are you doing? Well, this is my cannabinoid intake for today.
Yeah. Well,
I'm trying to stop cancer.
That's true, but it kills all pathogens that you put in your body, and I've been doing it for about 2 or 3 weeks now, and I feel good. But man, oh man, when I first drink it, man, it's just like there's like this energy exploding inside of me. It's really crazy.
Not that I want you to stop. Not that I want you to stop, but I am recalling a story. Okay. And you've probably even seen the picture. There was a drug that was invented in the 1930s that its main ingredient was radon or something like that. It was obviously radioactive. And he felt great energy after he took the pill or took whatever. The problem became, obviously, it was radioactive. And you probably saw the picture. He had great energy until it started wearing down, and he would take more to up the, to want to keep his energy up. But what was happening is he was killing off cells so they weren't needed to be fed anymore. Like the body was just cells were dying, so he was excreting them. That's why he had the energy, because the cells didn't have to, do that. Eventually, you probably saw the picture of that horrible picture of the guy with only the top of his face and no jaw. That was from that. That's that guy. So I'm not trying to tell you, because I know it's not radiation, but still, that's what he said. He said, I felt a burst of energy. And yeah, well, you see, we had to take his jaw off. Like, that must have sucked. Bad decision. Well, that's the problem. It was the reason why we had to invent food, health, and safety, because, I mean, it wasn't so bad when they were making you eat eat this muscat urine or something, and this will cure all, or whatever. That's just snake oil salesmen. But once they started dumping radiation into them, it was like, this is a great idea.
This is from a book called Miracle Cure.
Oh, I'm not doubting that. Don't get me wrong. I don't know anything about to even contest the claims. That being said, I'm always wary of that kind of thing, because you never know. But if you're getting it, I mean, they can't do that anymore, clearly. They won't even let you get near radiation, probably for good reasons. But yeah, I was always, at least you have that. I wouldn't even know what to do. I would be at a loss.
That's why I got to go back today. So I got to get off the phone, guys.
Oh. I'm glad I got here, though.
Yeah.
I'm glad I got to see this.
Yeah.
I had no idea that. In a way, it kind of reminds me of flat Earth thinking, but at the same time, it does give you, even just taking something out of what it was normally looked like I mean, all the engines in the world were built that way, just by thinking outside the box and trying to use this strange right-hand rule power to make cool magnetic things turn. Well, this just stepping out and looking at the solar system from just the inner solar system being this little pattern, and then looking out at the other ones, you can see maybe something different, a way that we didn't see before. And I'm always interested in looking for that from that point of view.
Yeah. Well, I hate to run, but I got to go to the doctor. But
I hate to be late, but that's
we can continue this again. I want to do this more often.
I would love to, and I don't know who else is with you, Andrew, but if there is, or if there's someone else, hi, because no, okay, good. Phew. I was just hearing two voices. I thought I was hearing two people, but
yeah, there's me and Andy as well. There's Greg. That's it.
Yeah,
Greg and Andy.
I'm here too.
Oh, yeah. See there.
And Nick.
Perfect. Yeah, that's what I was missing. All right.
Hopefully the recording will take, and we'll have
I hope, yes.
But
so those patterns, Neil, that were coming up on that what Nick was running, the Tycho thing.
Yes.
I've seen, but some of Buddy's geometry's got similar patterns.
Oh yes.
Some of Dan Winter's work. Has similar pattern arrangements.
Since we're going,
then you go to some of the earlier stuff that Vogt did before he got off track. He had that toroidal system.
They do that, do they? Like they sort of just works good, and then sort of like Oregon, that stuff that made it rain. Yes, he thought he embedded a new power, but it's
Yeah, so it's something, and like I say, this fella that was doing this talk, he's not claiming anything new. He's just saying we've been doing the research, and this is what we're putting together. As we're doing the research, this is becoming more evident. And
yeah, well, they're not wrong. That we do have some very beautiful enigmas, especially with even just stars moving in different orders, like Sirius.
It takes a lot of the complications out of the system if you analyze the data this way. And of course, he's got a massive. Sirius is basically a completely binary copy of us as far as he's concerned. With
Sirius, there you go. See. Well, no, it's just interesting, just noting that because of the precession. When you mentioned precession, that's immediately popped into my mind.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, and the idea too, like Nick said, and that you seem to have everything seems to be paired, and when you look at life, life
is paired very much right along the collarbone, I think.
And we're only, we're only sort of a small part of the big system, aren't we?
That's true. A lot of us have. Well, you wouldn't know it by seeing some of the drivers on the highways, but. But still,
Yeah.
I wanted to point out something very interesting that just in case you haven't seen it, and I'm not going to ruin your time here, so let's be quick. The gentleman, Terrence Howard, was saying some of my stuff to the people at Joe Rogan and stuff, and it was very interesting to hear it come out of his mouth.
That guy watched a bunch of Thunderbolts videos and tries to turn it on as his own.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna diss the parts that are his, because I don't believe or know them all, and it would be unfair. But to hear, no, there was more energy in the atmosphere during the times of pyramids, and I was like, dude, I'm like the only one who've ever said that. Like literally, not even anyone has ever said that before regarding what would happen if during the age of Saturn, if it was electrically impinged by a larger electric field, it would push in like the ionosphere into the atmosphere. It would be closer. And that alone would increase the volts per meter. Now, I said it like that. Of course, he said there was more energy in the past, and they were making electric pyramids with thunders, and I was like, oh, God. But it was nice to at least see the expression. And since I have them all saved on tape, I'm not exactly worried about being able to point out later that I did actually say it first. But still, I'm not looking for any payouts. It was just interesting. Now I want to go say, I'm the one who taught Terrence Howard even know. Put me on Joe Rogan. Anyway, still funny. I just thought you guys would like that, because that's what we're doing. I mean, I'm just doing this for science. I want to know different things so we can see it from different perspectives, understand why is it making these patterns? Why are there relationships? Are there like wave interference that could explain all of the way that satellites are put off track? Or, I mean, even if it's not true, we might find information that could lead us other paths. And I'm all for that, because seeing the same thing over and over, I mean, just imagine like 100 years ago, all we saw was black and white pictures. We couldn't even see color in space. And we based the entire system of stellar birth on a bunch of white dots.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, just think about it. We have no really idea what we're doing. It's very funny. But we're getting there. At least we're getting.
Nick, under that Tycho system, we've basically got processions within processions. So you've got Earth and you've got other bodies within our solar system. So you've got, and like when you're talking about that with the pyramids, that is quite possible that if you followed that over the period of a full procession or two, that you would get to a point where what you were saying, Neil, could be correct.
Well, yes, of course. You can see patterns that you never saw before. Like it might not even be, like I said, it doesn't necessarily have to be 100% perfect to see something new from a different point of view. I mean, we all thought that, I mean, I totally believed in the clockwork center universe, but ever since I realized that the tails of planets, of the inner planets anyway, touch each other, well, that's, and they transfer energy, well, then I have to debate this whole idea.
That's what I forgot.
And you can sit there like this, look at this inner solar system. Maybe there's something to that. Now, obviously, I do believe that we like sent the Voyager probes past Jupiter and stuff like that. So that being, I don't think they would have gotten that right had they screwed up the math that bad. So I give credit where credit is due there. There's probably not going to be the truth of this, but seeing something with patterns like this, especially if there was something else going on at the same time, could explain so much. Or the idea that they could somehow be drawing these patterns themselves and understanding them on a level that we don't, or we couldn't think that they could. I mean, just by drawing it this way, let's just say you saw a picture like that, drawn just like that, somewhere on a wall, you'd be sitting there going, how the Greek could they have done basically the Ptolemaic system this far back? Let's say we found one in, I don't know, Göbekli Tepe or something underneath a rock. We would understand that I mean, just by looking at it, they say, oh, they drew a flower. I go, no, you didn't draw a flower. They think that they drew the orbits of the first 4 planets from their point of view. Doesn't mean it's right, but that doesn't mean that we cannot find beautiful information from that, because even if it's wrong, they thought it was right and they drew it that way. And it is the way that we would draw it today using that point of view. Like, that tells me that they were definitely looking at the stars and definitely could track them, like more than many other people could. Like, that just would blow you away, right?
Yeah.
And so this is the kind of thing that I think that no matter what, I mean, if just 10 people listen to this and look up Tycho or Tico, I guess. Well, there's a crater.
I'm going to have to look into it more. So. What I forgot, what I was trying to remember was that Walt Thornhill is the one who brought it to my attention that concurrent for Venus is touching Earth barely.
Yes.
They call it stringy things.
Stringy things, yes.
So that must mean all the planets are touching each other, right?
I don't know about Mercury and it's how strong its tail is, because I don't know if we've ever sent anything through the tail of Mercury, but for regards to Venus and the Earth, yes. In fact, obviously they were, I mean, look at Greg's picture right there is showing Venus going, haha, I'm touching you with my tongue. And everyone's going, no, oh, no problem, I'll scream and run away. Yeah. And then there's, and then of course we know our tail touches Mars, because every time we try to take a picture at the apogee of our closest approach, they say, oh, there's another storm and we can't see anything. Really, every time we get close, it's a dust storm on Mars, and you don't see this as a, okay. I don't know why. I don't know why they have their job anyway.
The Earth has influence on it then.
Oh yes, and that could influence the orbit. Like, I mean, like why the orbits change slightly to keep them in order. That could be a reason.
I'd actually like to see if there's any correlation between these types of orbits and what's been found out about listening cycles, picking up cycles.
Well, it certainly made me think about
discern,
the conditions.
They come in terms of electromagnetic and radioactivity and distinct. There's this New Zealand guy, Ray Tomes, I think he's called, and he's put all these cycles that he's detected into a kind of an almanac, and it'd be very interesting comparing many different types of effects, being economic ones, electromagnetic ones, reaction time ones.
That sounds like pi right there.
Rates. Yeah,
but apply the Fibonacci sequence to the stock market. Yeah.
Well, it's doing a similar thing to that.
It's similar.
Yeah, he's doing a similar thing to that, but again, he's using, I think he's using Fourier analysis to find out these different waveforms and when they occur, when these repeating patterns seem to pop up, and a lot of them do seem to be cosmological. Now, I wonder if the effects would be heavier. The cosmological effects would be heavier using the Tycho-Brahe system or the solar system.
Well, I'd have to check the tails and stuff, and do some ideas, or do some calculations. But given what I see, that my initial thought is they'd all be pointing away from the sun. So if they're all pointing away from the sun, they wouldn't do this crossover as much. In the conventional sense, they do. So that I can see, but even with that, it doesn't make me not want to think about these. Like, one of the biggest correlations that someone pointed out to me, which was spooky, is the calculation between, if you look up the Earth and the Moon and Mars, they are perfectly aligned for Southeast Asia, December 24th, 2004. For that giant hit, where the giant earthquake hit at 9.3, they were all lined up perfectly, and it pushed in the atmosphere of the Earth. It went down about 30 or 40 kilometers of the ionosphere into the atmosphere, which means the same would have had to happen underneath the Earth. And, well, we all know that was the largest earthquake that we had since Alaska.
Well, yeah, that's it's.
So it makes you think that way, though. You know, like they say, no, gravity couldn't do that. Yeah, gravity might not be able to do that, but something else might.
I totally agree with that, and I think the whole thing is we've got this data, but no one's looking at it. I mean, people like me and you, Alan,
exactly.
You've got a lot of experts who are working for the European Space Agency. They've got a right good computer programming job, but they're not particularly interested in what they're doing.
Well, you got to understand, action at a distance was considered poppycock just 400 years ago. So they didn't believe in any of this stuff until Newton said, well, look at this apple. Oh, right, okay. And that's where people started to understand they could measure this stuff. But even then, they were playing around with electricity, and they didn't understand, they didn't even name the electron until the next century. The electron's only, like my grandfather, God rest his soul, is older than the electron.
Wow.
Yeah.
He was born, I have a picture of him in 1904 when he was about 1 year old or 2 years old with his horse, Old Barney. And this, this didn't come out till 1908, didn't it? Like,
he's not still alive, is he?
Oh, no, he died in 96, but that's why I said God rest his soul. But if he was alive, he'd still be older than, it's not that long ago is what I'm trying to say. And we're still, look what we've done with it here on Earth, but yet we still debate its existence in space. We're literally using it to talk to each other across the planet right now. And we say, but in space, it's different.
Mm-hmm.
I don't, why? If it works on Earth and looks like this, and we can do all this with it, surely our theory is well-founded, you know?
What do you think of the theory that, because they've had there's some videos out there that are, they could be fake though, but what do you think of the modern theory that giants are living in the mountains because the gravity is less?
I have no belief that giant humans are still kicking around anywhere, except for maybe, like I said, the closest we've ever had was the Sakonay Indians with the double rows of teeth and the red hair, which apparently they did find that cave again, and they're doing an investigation, which I thought was interesting.
Yeah.
But they're only 7 or 8 feet tall. Then there was the ones from South America called the Patagonian giants.
Yes,
and they were apparently discovered by the conquistadors. And then, of course, or Cook. Yeah. I can't remember now. Anyway, and you go further back, they said that they found 2 22 and 25-foot giants underneath Rome.
Yeah, I remember that.
And you go back further, and then they talk about, just pictures. Like, if you just look at the animals that the ancient Egyptians drew and realize how much bigger cows got over time, it's not the cow was getting bigger, it's the humans were getting smaller.
Yeah.
And, well, it appears that way. Please understand that you could read it that way. Let's say it that. And another one was these wonderful pictures of them making necklaces. Now, at first, it makes no sense because this necklace that they're making is a giant U-looking gold thing that's bigger than my desk. It's absolutely massive. And then they show these small people getting up and putting it around the neck of a big person. Now that doesn't really work for my brain. I'm having problems with that. Just because it's there doesn't mean that what it implies obviously is not instant. Like, for example, the melted stairs. Yeah, it was hit by a nuclear bomb. I'm like, or water could have spilled off stuff they were carrying and create calcification. Like, it's not hard to imagine. This stairway is 4,000 years old or more. Yeah. You think stairs are going to look good after a few hundred years? Imagine a few thousand. But
yeah,
anyway.
Well, they have skeletons. They've uncovered skeletons laying in the street holding hands, and they're highly radioactive. But that could have been a lot of things, not just a nuclear bomb.
Of course. You get hit with the radiation. Most people don't know this, but radiation, fission-like radiation, comes from lightning bolts.
Yeah.
Lightning bolts right today, like a regular light. If you had a sensor there to watch it, you would see it get a spike of hard radiation when a lightning bolt goes off. But because they happen for a split second, and no matter, I mean, unless you get hit with it, I mean, people who have gotten hit with lightning do sometimes die of cancer-like symptoms, or their electric system is so messed up they just pass away after like four years or something.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know for sure, but these are just things that I have recalled. Others, of course, young spry fellas have been fine. Others, I mean, a whole animals could get hit with them, but they usually die from the circular effect along where their legs were. They call it a secondary current because the pulse raises up high voltage, but it drops so much per meter as it goes away from the pulse of the electricity that there is a voltage difference between the front of the cow and the back of the cow, which means that there is a loop of current going through the cow, which causes it to die. Which is why, technically, you're supposed to basically keep your head and feet close together, your chances of death are quite much less because it's not going through your body. There's no loops. But anyway, you go in and look at this hard radiation. Well, imagine what a hard radiation that destroyed, let's say, well, if we take the Romans at their word, they say that the city north of them that was run by the Etruscans, who, as you could clearly hear just by the way they talked crazy talk, as basically the before time mentality of, like, the Romans were thinking and talking like us, but they were talking like as if their gods were real and they had to do all this other stuff. And like today, they just do lip service to gods. A politician knows the practical situation. They clearly didn't understand the practical situation. Now, it's quite impossible for them to have blown up the entire city. But now, where that city was located, there is nothing but a 5-mile wide lake. And they said that it was hit by a giant bolt of lightning that more than a mile wide and destroyed it. And the radiation that comes off of that would be massive. Like, I mean, everyone that could see the blast would have been affected by hard radiation. I mean, it's quite possible. The only thing that in the Bible, if I could go through any sort of stories that really is hard for me to explain, is if the close approach of Mercury, that one, apparently the Tower of Babel is the written down text for that. And in any other book, it's a similar story, but everyone lost their ability to speak. So basically the kids that could made up their own language based off of what they had. But that does seem to be correlate. Like, everywhere in the world seemed to invent language at the same time, but not really. They just all lost the ability to speak language at the same time and had to make up a new one. That's literally what the book says. No, I don't necessarily believe in everything that is written, but it is the only planet that came close to us with a magnetic field. Earth, Venus, and Mars do not have any. Mercury does. The only other one that's the only thing I can think of that might have been different. It was the mouse, if you know, the messenger of the gods, the feet with wings, the mouse god, the Mercury, yeah, going back and forth, which means it was on elliptical orbit, crossing out and two like a comet, but it had to be visible at all times. So, but basically, it would go out and talk to gods out there and say, what do you want to tell the ones in there? Oh, see, he's coming back with a message to these gods. And then everyone would, like, imagine or think what the gods would say, or the way they controlled it was they said, we're going to go talk to the gods. Everyone wait out here outside this cave. We're going to go in there, and that's where the god is. But he's also in the sky. Trust me, I know this. Close this door up. We'll be right back. And that way, it kept everyone's hallucinations the same. I mean, it would make perfect sense. That's a way to control people. And instead of having, because when things get serious back then with their hallucinations, we're talking about right now I'm talking about Julian Jaynes, the breakdown of the bicameral mind, 2700 BC mental changeover that we all went through. Like, philosophy just suddenly got born, and before that we were totally literal. We didn't even have metaphor. So the situation becomes something like, we have to try to understand these people because they're our forefathers. Well, that's what Plato said. And then later, when he was an older man, he was saying, just kill them. They're useless. Same thing with the king of Priam, the king of Troy, which is Ilium at the time. And Ilium, yeah, I know that's kind of funny because Iliad means story of Ilium. So literally the title of that book is really Troy Story. That's hilarious. But anyway, he had apparently got a bunch of Ibirus or Hebrews from the madmen of the desert, they were called, and brought 100 of them to entertain them for a little while. And then when they were done, they killed them all because they were just madmen. They were crazy. Like they would talk about their gods as if they were real and like, coming down. But obviously at the time, this is basically when there was probably very little going on. Like this is when the gods were dying. Like they only show themselves during when we crossed, when they crossed the most energetic layer of the solar wind, so to speak. And then they would disappear from existence again, like half visible gods that, like, this is probably where the ghost idea came from, probably. But sorry for going on babbling there. Sorry, I just hit a nerve.
With what we were watching before,
yes,
those cycles over a period of time will re-emerge. You will once again get Mercury close to Earth. You'll get those changes. It's the same with what you were suggesting before caused that earthquake in 2004. Was there events similar to that going back in time that created what we know now as that huge mass of water of the Pacific Ocean? So it pushed, Earth had to go inward because of that. Is it also?
I do also wonder whether or not
that's now why we're smaller, because we're under different pressures of systems.
That makes a lot of sense, actually. There's nothing wrong with the idea of that, but I mean, just be reasonable and think. During the time of the Ice Age, we had 10,000 years or more of giant creatures. Just then, okay, I don't know why they don't find this weird. It's like they just basically skip over. We had gigantic epithecists and all these other things, and long-armed bears and giant moose and everything else, and then that was 10,000 years ago. Then stopped. Do we have giant people? No, blasphemy. Okay, and then you go, and then they just sort of skip over 65 million years ago, and then dinosaurs were really big too. Well, what about the intervening time? Oh, things were small. Why? I don't know. What? Like, there's no explanation for any of this. Like basically just everything on the planet just got big. And they say, but not us.
Right.
I'm like, are you sure? Because, we're living things. I don't know if you noticed that, by the way. We're the same as them. They're bears, we're people. So if they got big, shouldn't we get big?
There would be a good chance that on a proportional system, we would be proportionate to the size of those bigger animals at that time.
Someone else pointed out something that's also very interesting that might play into this or might not. If the current of the system is increased, it's a good possibility. In fact, basically what happens is the quote unquote magnetic lines of force, quote unquote, they're just a gradient, as you know. But if the gradient changes, that's basically called a changing magnetic field. So let's say the sun was impinged by a larger body. Just imagine that a giant fucking sun was going by us, not even close to us, but we were suddenly just sort of touching its outer field. So the sun now has to process, and its field has to shrink. Well, that, according to, if I lay down a piece of plexiglass with a bunch of metal ball bearings on it, we'll call them planets, and I increase the magnetic field and shrink because therefore it pulls closer to itself. The field brings itself in. Well, that gradient will pull all the stars or all the planets into it, like not directly, but to a new orbit.
Interesting.
So basically, we'd all the suns of the inner solar system would just go whoop, Like if the sun changed power, we would all change orbit, is what I'm trying to say. That's how powerful it is, because gravity has nothing to do with, it doesn't really care about, gravity is one thing, but electromagnetism doesn't care about your gravity. Like all you're good for is starting the car. Like you just basically drop
through with this.
Well, I don't know what would happen if it was pulled in. Things could really have gotten, like, whole new orbits could be changed, because suddenly you're now much closer to each other and swinging around each other, and that whole thing could be indicative of that, and we could learn a lot from that. Like, that's what I mean. I don't necessarily believe in the theory, because I don't necessarily understand it all. It would be premature for me to judge, but just the advantages you can get out of it just by looking at things that way would be interesting.
Well, you could also put into this, which we haven't mentioned, is, the idea of the Birkeland current, and that we're within a Birkeland current. So
I definitely believe that.
The position that we are within the Birkeland current can also be a big effect.
I think that's
on all these.
Oh, go ahead, Greg. Sorry, you want to go. I'm sorry.
I got to go to the doctor. Yeah, we can resume this.
All right, later. Let's definitely talk later then, Greg. I would really love to do it again.
Yeah, I will. I'll be in touch. We'll do it soon.
All right. Well, love to you all then.
Okay,
all right, Jeff. All the best.
Okay. Good chat. See you soon.
Good chat.
Okay.
Nice meeting you, Nick.
All right. Bye.
Almost had a catastrophe, but I stopped it. So how's it going? Where is that playing at? All right, this is what I want to have it on. I wanted to see it for a second. Is this it? Yeah, we'll turn this off. Okay. So anyways, yeah, that was our chat for last Friday. We didn't chat this Friday, but we're going to be chatting again soon, hopefully today. I see I got a few guys watching, so we'll get into something else here. We don't have to go just yet. We can do one more program. And if I got it together here, we'll check this out. And then I'll say goodnight. Saturn theory. The Saturn theory from the Velikovsky Encyclopedia. Since we're doing a synopsis, we'll do one on this too. The Saturn theory. Saturn model, Saturn myth, Saturn configuration is the idea based on comparative mythology that the Earth Saturn theory overview. The Saturn theory arose from a historical argument, in the sense that that argument relates to the human past, as implied by the details of human memory in ancient times, and by human artifacts, in ways that will be obvious. However, the historical argument raises numerous questions of physical fact and physical theory, some of which will not be readily resolved, and several of which will may well stand as serious obstacles in the minds of skeptically minded, feet-on-the-ground folks. One obvious and immediate question is whether something as ambiguous as myth could actually qualify as evidence. The historical argument focuses on points of agreement in the memories of widespread races, suggesting levels of coherence, often missed by historians and anthropologists, and raising the possibility that this coherence arises from a core of human experience that has been missed as well. There is an overarching idea
in this argument. We've not only misunderstood the past, we've failed to recognize the consistency of ancient memory in pointing to extraordinary events never considered by modern science. Remarkably, every motive of our early ancestors directs our attention to experiences impossible to comprehend in terms of any natural phenomena occurring today. This consistency will be seen even at the most fundamental levels of human memory, in the most deeply rooted themes of the first civilizations. 1. The universal memory of a former age of the gods. 2. The universal memory of an ancestral golden age inaugurating the age of the gods. 3. The universal memory of a celestial king of the world, whose life inspired the ancestral leap into civilization. 4. Description of the gods as luminaries of immense size and power, wielding weapons of thunder and stone. 5. The universal claim that the ancient world evolved by critical phases or cycles, punctuated by sweeping catastrophe. 6. Global traditions of gods and heroes ruling for a time, then departing amid terrifying spectacles and upheavals. 7. The frequently stated transfiguration of the departed gods into distant stars. 8. The identification of the ruling gods with planets in the first astronomies. 9. The relentless urge of star worshippers to draw pictures of celestial forms never seen in our sky. 10. The desperate yearning to recover the semblance of a lost cosmic order. 11. Their collective efforts to replicate in architecture the towering forms claimed to have existed in primeval times. 12. Their festive recreations through mystery, plays, and symbolic rites of cosmic violence and disorder. 13. Their reputation through ritual sacrifice of the deaths or ordeals of the gods. 14. The brutal and ritualistic wars of expansion, celebrated as a repetition of the cosmic devastation wrought in the wars of the gods. Such motives as these constitute, in fact, the most already verifiable underpinnings of ancient ritual, myth, and symbol. How strange that in our incessant glance backwards, the builders of the first civilizations never remembered anything resembling the natural world in which we live. What is needed in the face of unusual but widely repeated memories is brutal intellectual honesty. How did human consciousness emerge from the womb of nature, converge on the same improbable ideas, contradicting nature? For centuries we've lived under the illusion that our ancestors simply made up explanations of natural phenomena they didn't understand. But that's not the problem. What the myth makers interpreted or explained through stories and symbols and ritual reenactments is an unrecognized world, a world of alien sights and sounds, of celestial forms, of cosmic spectacles and earth-shaking events that do not occur in our world. That is the problem. From an evaluation of the global themes of ancient cultures, we have hypothesized a world order never envisioned by mainstream theory, a world in which planets moved on different courses, appearing huge in the sky. Heaven-spanning celestial forms dominated human imagination to the point of obsession at the time of civilization's birth. Our contention will be that hundreds of ancient themes speak for a unified experience, an experience more specific in context and detail than any of us had ever imagined when we started our research. No universal theme stands alone or in isolation from any of the others. All are connected. All speak for the presence of a coherent memory beneath the surface of seemingly random detail. In offering these summaries, I am not asking or expecting anyone to embrace the extraordinary theory of planetary history involved, only to consider highly interesting evidence. One of the values of this reinterpretation of evidence is the model works, and it explains the subject matter. Hence, whatever you may think of the claimed events, merely discovering the active memory will throw remarkable new light on the ancient structures of human consciousness. In the course of these summaries, questions and challenges will be welcome, and wherever possible, I will try to incorporate these into the narrative as we go along. End of Part 1. David Talbot. Velikovsky's Comet, Part 2, Venus, Smoking Star. In arguing for the cometary character of Venus, Velikovsky cited Aztec records suggesting that the planet Venus shared the same title given the comet. The early traditions of peoples of Mexico, written down in pre-Columbian days, relate that Venus smoked. The star that smoked, the Estrella que humeva, was Cholula, which the Spaniards called Venus. Now I ask, says Alexander Humboldt, what optical illusion could give Venus the appearance of a star throwing out smoke? Sahagan, the 16th century Spanish authority on Mexico, wrote that the Mexicans called a comet a star that smoked. It may thus be concluded that since the Mexicans called Venus a star that smoked, they considered it a comet. In Bob Forrest's mind, the Aztec references could have nothing to do with what may or may not have happened back in the mid-2nd millennium BC, because the references to Venus smoking came from the 16th century AD. In a number of instances, Aztec records say that Earth shook and the star Citlal Venus, smoked. To account for the curiosity, Forrest simply accepts the guess of Alexander Humboldt, who suggested that the smoke related to the volcano Orizaba, situated to the east of the city Cholula, and whose glow, when seen in the distance, resembled or was symbolically related to the rising morning star. Forrest was apparently satisfied with the first guess he uncovered. All we have are some 16th century records which say every so often that the star smoked. But since the smoking seems frequently to be intertwined with earthquake activity, Humboldt's assumption seems reasonable. With that stated, Forrest moved on, never returning to the issue of the Aztec smoking star. A quite different approach would have been to explore the possibility of a broader Venus-Comet association, to see where the available evidence leads. Guided by this intent, Forrest would have quickly found, for example, that Aztec association of earthquake activity with smoking stars belonged to the general mythology of the comet among the Aztecs. Thus, with respect to the comets portrayed in the Codex Vaticanus and Codex Telerino-Remensis, the respected authority on Mexican astronomy, Anthony Aveni, writes, comets are represented frequently by surviving historical documents, usually by a stellar image on a blue background with emanating streams of smoke. These usually signify that a person of nobility will die. For example, one picture of the death of the ruler Tenochtitlan followed the apparition of a comet. Later, another comet occurs, then an earthquake, all of nature's events being connected in the Aztec cosmic view. As I hope to demonstrate fully in this series of articles, the connectedness of these images derives from a universal substratum of myth: appearance of a comet, death of a great ruler, quaking earth, not in Mexico alone, but in one ancient culture after another. The Skywatchers repeatedly placed these unusual themes in juxtaposition. Despite this crucial fact, no comet observed by science has ever justified the symbolic connection. But Forrest seems unaware that the language employed in astrological texts and omens is drawn from ancient mythical images, following his methodological ground rules. Therefore, no records of portents in the sky recorded in the last 3 millennia would be of any relevance to Velikovsky's argument, even when repeatedly attached explicit cometary images to Venus, with respect to the image of the planet Venus as the smoking star in the Codex Telluriano-Rimensis. Aveni offers his own attempt at an explanation. Perhaps a cometary object appeared near the planet. Of course, Forrest could just as easily have cited this guess, then dropped the whole issue. But is there something more worth investigating here? Throughout the Americas, including Mexico, natives called a comet the star with hair, or long-haired star, or main star, an appellation that fits comfortably with the global language of the comet. In fact, the long-haired star is the single most common phrase for the comet around the world, and our own word for comet comes from the Greek kametes, the long-haired star. Yucatec Maya dictionaries give a gloss for smoke star or main star. But curiously, the Aztecs used this very language for Venus. As noted by Velikovsky, they called the planet Zantemoc, meaning the main star, or long-haired star, and not the Aztecs alone, for one finds among the Maya the same enigmatic association of the planet Venus with long flowing hair. A commonly observed Maya hieroglyph is the Caban curl, a flowing tassel or lock of hair repeatedly attached to acknowledged Venus systems, including the glyph name of Venus itself. To encounter the long flowing locks of Venus, one need only consult available sources. Turn to the Incan language of Venus, for example. I can remember in the first few days of investigating images of Venus, looking through a standard summary of Incan mythology and encountering the name of Venus as Chasca, translated as long-haired star, the precise phrase for the comet in the global lexicon. It was instances such as this that continued to fuel my own interest in learning more. According to William Prescott, Venus was known to the Peruvians by the name of Chasca, or youth with long curling locks. Burr Cartwright Brundage tells us that among the Inca, Venus was the radiant star with flowing hair, the morning star, Chasca, the disheveled one, dispensed stories of freshness and loveliness upon flowers, princesses and virgins below. She was the deity of the rosy cloud rack of morning, and when she shook out her long hair, she scattered the dew upon the earth. The point here is that Forrest's explanation of the Aztec Venus smoking star association fails to acknowledge converging lines of evidence. Aztec comet as smoking star, Aztec Venus as smoking star, Aztec and Mayan long-haired star as comet, Aztec Venus as long-haired star, Mayan Venus with or as flowing lock or tassel, Incan Venus as long-haired star. Hence, the methodological issue is placed in sharp relief. Here is another way of looking at the issue logically. Around the world, there are only a small number of pre-astronomical hieroglyphs for the comet. You could, in fact, count the primary glyphs on the fingers of one hand. Heart, soul of a deceased god king or great leader rising in the sky. Long-haired star, star with flowing locks, mane, tresses, disheveled hair, beard, hairy tail, torch star, ember, flame, smoke, smoking star, train of fire, spark or train of sparks, celestial feather, winged star, soul bird, bright feathers, feathered headdress, shining bird's tail, cosmic serpent, dragon, or similar monster. The remaining general hieroglyphs for the comet could be counted on the fingers of your second hand. They include a sword, a bundle of grass or straw, whisk broom, or a spiraled rope, cord, tie, or knot. At what point, then, does a coincidence or seemingly irrational use of language, comet words or glyphs attached to Venus, become an anomaly worth pursuing? Forrest not only sidesteps the implications of parallel cometry, images of Venus in other lands, he ignores the convergence of such images in Mexico. As the methodology, the approach is disastrous because there is much, much more. And next we have Quetzalcoatl. In the popular Aztec myth of Quetzalcoatl, the Venus comet anomaly grows by leaps and bounds, and in this case, the completeness of the commentary motifs leaves no room for ad hoc explanations. Whether remembered by the Aztecs as a former great king and founder of the Golden Age, or a former sun god ruling a primordial epoch, Quetzalcoatl was a cultural hero without equal in the Aztec pantheon. His continuance adorning temple walls and the stucco bases of pyramids, painted on countless frescoes and codices, and engraved on sarcophagi and monoliths strewn across Mexico. The climatic event in the Quetzalcoatl myth is the god's catastrophic death and transformation in an overwhelming disaster, an event endlessly repeated in sacrificial rites, and supplying the cornerstone of Aztec calendar rituals and astronomical symbolism. In a pervasive version of the myth, at the death of Quetzalcoatl, the god's heart and soul, the god's heart or soul rose in the sky as a great spark or ember, trailing smoke and fire, a star whose fiery train the Aztecs portrayed as the streaming tail of the Quetzal bird. Was this flaming star a comet? One notes that the Quiche Maya called the comet Uji Chumao, tail of the star, and the Aztec artists often draw comets as stars with Quetzal tails, the bright and luminous plumes of the Quetzal providing a particularly well-suited hieroglyph for a comet. The symbolism accords well with that of other peoples. The Pawnee gave to the comet the name Paracas Kuka, feathered headdress, an appellation that proves telling. See later discussion of the plumed headdress in our next installment. In Africa, the streaming comet's tail was identified as the feathers of the nightjar, and the natives say of a comet, it is wearing streaming feathers. Astronomer Carl Sagan, or as well would say Carl Sagan, in his review of worldwide comet motifs, notes that comets are called tail stars, and stars with long feathers. Germanic races called a comet the peacock's tail, while in China a comet was seen as both a peacock's tail and a pheasant's tail. Isn't it amazing how it seems like everything that we know comes from Saturn theory? It's just embarrassingly rich with evidence. The Quetzalcoatl's flaming or plumed heart soul meant a comet-like star that is substantiated by converging lines of evidence. Its cometary character, for example, would agree with a general tradition among the Aztecs that comets were the ascending souls of great chiefs. The Quetzalcoatl was the model of the good king, gives perfect sense to the symbolic motif. The Quetzalcoatl was also the prototype of the Aztec shaman. That is, he was the celestial figure whose biography provided the general myth and symbolism of the shaman. It is thus worth noting that in South American lore, the soul of a shaman was believed to depart in the form of a comet. Noteworthy is the fact that a comet appearing sometime prior to the conquest of the Aztecs by Cortez, water, was reckoned as a positive sign that Quetzalcoatl would eventually return to Mexico. To suggest that the heart and soul of Quetzalcoatl rose as a comet is simply to place the Aztec symbolism alongside a universal tradition. Cultures around the world proclaim the comet to be the soul of a dying king. Thus, we have listed this significant theme as number 1 in our short list of comet symbols above. See discussion to follow. But there is a problem here. While several variations on the story of Quetzalcoatl's death may have been preserved, one of the central elements is the identification of the heart soul as the planet Venus. Burr Cartwright Brundage gives this summary. The god's heart, like a great spark, flies up to become new and splendid divinity. The morning star. Thus, a narrative source declares, then the heart of Quetzalcoatl rose into the heaven, and according to the elders, was transformed into the morning star, and Quetzalcoatl was called the Lord of Dawn. We shall have more to say about this transformation. The fact at hand is that in their myths and rites, the Aztecs say the separated heart-soul of Quetzalcoatl, following a period of darkened sky and cosmic upheaval, rose as the planet Venus. If the story has roots in any celestial occurrence, as explicitly claimed in the myths, the death of Quetzalcoatl must have involved a cosmic disaster of unprecedented scale, for no mythical historical event left a deeper impression on the Aztec thought and culture. Upon this traumatic episode, the Aztecs evolved their collective sense of cyclical time, including a calendar of world ages. The death of Quetzalcoatl, the onset of celestial confusion, and the transformation of his heart-soul into the planet Venus meant nothing less than the end of one world age and the beginning of another. David Talbot. Excellent. Hey, I hope everybody's doing okay and you're staying healthy. The smallest star. The picture illustrates the relative size compared to the Sun and Jupiter of a recently discovered star, the smallest ever detected. Called OGLE TR-122b, it has a ring to it. It is observed to cross in front of a Sun-like companion about once every 7 days. The description of Ogle TR-122b is enigmatic, though it is only 16% larger than the gas giant Jupiter. Astronomers say that it is 96 times as massive. Astronomers describe the smallest star as a core-burning star, like our Sun. But prevailing theory never anticipated such a diminutive star. Since a standard fusion model of stars required a minimum gravitating mass considerably greater than that of Jupiter, to account for the highly anomalous object, and in particular the induced wobble in the motion of its larger companion, astronomers simply accepted what their model implied. While Ogle TR-122b is only 16% larger than Jupiter, It must contain 96 times the mass of Jupiter and 50 times the density of the Sun. Investigative team member astronomer Claudio Mello of the European Southern Observatory in Santiago, Chile, summarizes the achievement of the small star this way. Imagine that you add 95 times its own mass to Jupiter, and nevertheless end up with a star that is only slightly larger. The object just shrinks to make room for the additional matter, becoming more and more dense. But this hypothesized feat of shrinking or supercondensing matter is merely hypothetical. Nothing of the sort has ever been achieved in laboratory experiments, and no one has ever observed such a thing anywhere in the natural world. Were the feat not required to save a theory, astronomers would have surely called it a violation of the self-evident laws of physics. Another viewpoint is now well established. They're like, it's too hard to change the paradigm. Besides, the textbook lobby in Washington is one of the nation's most powerful. However, in this view, the calculations of the mass of this dwarf star are highly inflated. They do not take into account the strong electromagnetic forces between the small star and its larger parent star, nor does it factor in our profound ignorance of the nature of mass and gravity and its relationship to the electrical structure of matter. In the electric universe model, gravitational distortion of atoms within a star gives rise to atomic electric dipoles that align to form a radial internal electric field. The electric field produces charge separation within a star on a scale that not only prevents further compression but also causes splitting or perturbation of a star and a nova outburst if it becomes electrically or gravitationally destabilized. The standard stellar model, however, relies on the interior of stars obeying the perfect gas laws, which allows astrophysics to dismiss internal charge separation, as Eddington did in his seminal work, The Internal Constitution of the Stars. The result of electrical splitting is two energetic bodies of unequal size, a Sun-like star and a smaller, close-orbiting binary partner. As we see in this example, the electric birth of the companion star or gas giant will place it much closer to its parent than traditional gravity-based models had ever envisioned or even considered possible. OGLE TR-122b is not a superdense companion, but it is merely a subject to stronger electromagnetic interaction with its parent star. But it is merely subject to stronger electromagnetic interaction within its parent star, due to the nature of its birth. Where the electric force is active in this way, Newtonian calculations of mass and density will always produce bizarre results. Electrically, the standard threshold mass for a star is a meaningless concept. Stars do not have to ignite a fusion reaction in their core to produce their energy. They receive electrical power directly from the cosmic Birkeland currents that thread the galaxy, and the nuclear reactions occur, not in the core, but at the bright photosphere of a star. This is a testable claim if astronomers will ask the question. Unfortunately, when orthodox theorists confront the failure of Newtonian concepts, they often turn first to panaceas.
Hard erosion. Panacea.
Proposing mere abstractions such as dark matter or supercondensed degenerate matter to save their theory. To the cosmic electricians, these computer games have no relationship to the verifiable dynamics of the natural world. It's dated March 8, 2005, from Thunderbolts. mainstream scientific and author has come clean and admits Saturn was once a star. Though Monday, gas giant vindication and why Dr. Eugene killed, all known for gas giants in the solar system were once Planet X stellar cores, SC. Earth, each was a central SC of a Planet X SC system. These systems were comprised of the core system that was once inside a star or a planet and the debris pieces which had once constituted the body material of the object. When stars become energy depleted, the material that made up the body of the stars and that had been created by the cores broke into pieces, and the cores were released from inside the body of the star. They became a jumbled mess of cores surrounded by debris field. Figure 1 here is a beautiful picture of Saturn. It's 9 times larger than the Earth, and like Jupiter, it was a large central core of what was once a star. Planets will tend to be about the same size as the Earth and thus have a core system with a central core. Now, that would be smaller than the Earth. Now, that is something that really caught my attention because I have always thought that somehow all of the cores in the solar system of the sun's surface with the cores of all the planets, I mean, how else would they stay hot? They have to continuously be going through this effect or it would cool down. I'm sure the Earth's rotation probably helps too, but it has to be connected to something extraterrestrial. And when they're a safe distance away, it's not as volatile. It doesn't take billions of years to cool down. The sun and the core of the Earth are the same temperature, which is a big indicator that they're connected via Birkeland currents. In fact, this picture right here can be looked at like the sun's Birkeland current to Earth. Is that what we're looking at here? Or is that just some kind of a mirage? Anyways, get back to it here. Figure 2, a star's core breaks into one larger core surrounded by satellite cores. Some of the satellite cores are ejected outside of the body of the star and turn into new planets. See Article 785, Planet X is here, but what is it exactly? Saturn was thus most likely one of the first Planet X stars, which came into the solar system and must have therefore been relatively close to the Sun. Since much larger cores have since come in, and since the central core must be smaller than the body of the star, Saturn must have been quite a small star, since the Sun is over 10 times larger than it. The central SC, I want to think that means surface charge, but it means something else to her, of the Planet X SC system, shown in Figure 2, seem to be larger than the Sun, and some, which seem to be much larger than the Sun, have been observed, which suggests that the smaller stars came in first and the larger stars have come in more recent. Come into where? Which also explains why the cataclysmic effects caused by these systems on the Earth have been increasing at a fast rate. Larger systems can draw energy at a faster rate, which will increase the gravitational effects, which lead to gravitational anomalies, cataclysmic weather, large waves at sea, as well as earthquakes and volcanic eruptions, in addition to sinkholes and fissures. Other Planet X effects on Earth, volcanic eruptions, tornadoes, tidal surges, and gigantic rogue waves. Since Saturn was once a star, it would have had planets, which most likely came in with it or right after it did. Of course it did, and Earth was one of them. You know, they're catching on slowly but surely. They're catching on. Saturn's rings are what is left of its debris field. Yes, that's true. It is made up of matter which was part of the body, water mostly, of the star that Saturn once was. Brown dwarfs have copious amounts of water. The central cores induce plasma eruptions from the Sun until the Sun envelops them, in a permanent plasma connection, which sustains them with energy as if they were one of the Sun's created planets, after which time they go into orbit around the Sun. They never manage to get enough gravitational energy, which we would associate with a solid object of their size, which is why they end up orbiting inside the solar system much further out than would be expected for huge solid objects. Well, the bigger they are, the more surface charge they have, which means they have to be further away to be able to repel. That's how I take that. Solid objects with only a thin layer of gaseous atmosphere. In conclusion, Saturn was once a small star and thus most likely had planets. It came into the solar system as a Planet X central core and was adopted by the Sun as one of its planets. How about that? A mainstream scientist is on the Saturn theory bandwagon. I believe, like Ted said, in 30 years, I think some sort of Saturn theory will replace the Big Bang eventually. Yes, the fusion assumption has never been authenticated. And one other thing that I would say is, what does she think the energy is when she says the energy? It's electricity. It's the only thing it can be. The only force in the universe. That's what they suppress. She's on the right track, but she's using the wrong model. Cores of stars are cool. That's why they're black. Unless they have some new epicycle to enter, when something is hotter, it's brighter, and the core would be brighter in sunspots, not a black hole, basically. This is the only real black hole that exists in the universe. A sunspot. The umbra. How can nuclear fusion be black? It can't. It's just commonsensical that if nuclear fusion was going on in the core, that it wouldn't be black. Her theory sounds an awful lot like de Grazia and Milton's Solaria Binaria. I'll link that to this for you.
It was Velikovsky's claim that only a few thousand years ago, a period of chaos reigned in the solar system. One of the planets closely associated with Earth was Saturn, and watery filaments rained on our planet following Saturn's violent flare-up. Decades later, based on the respective research of Dave Talbot and Eduardo Cardona, Thornhill developed his own model of a primordially close relationship between Earth and Saturn, which was the source of all the water in our oceans, while leaving remnants in its rings. Today, Thornhill continues his presentation, shifting his focus to his own successful predictions for the Saturnian system, including the mysterious moon Titan.
Before I tell the epic story, a warning. Our education systems train students to memorize a litany of facts, which produces global groupthink. Students are not given the time or encouragement to critically examine the history of ideas. A leading researcher into the learning functions of the divided brain, Dr. Ian McGilchrist, has shown such blinkered left hemisphere training renders students functionally blind to alternative ways of looking at a problem. The left hemisphere simply blocks out everything that doesn't fit with its take. It doesn't see it, actually, at all. So scientists with their narrow specialised training may look at but cannot see what to a non-expert may seem obvious. They will be the last to see a paradigm shift in the making. This is particularly evident for electrical phenomena in space. Even the Nobel Prize-winning founder of the idea of an electric universe, Hans Oeflein, was ignored when he warned in his 1970 acceptance speech of an inevitable crisis in astrophysics if electric circuits in space are not recognized. Houston, we still have that problem after almost 50 years. I have lived since a teenager with uncertainty about accepted truths and learned to have the courage to challenge them. The result is not chaos, but a synthesis of ideas that explains the old ideas better and finds new ways of incorporating what seems a chaos of anomalies. And the best test is that of classical physics, simplification. The resulting paradigm shift is not a threat, but an invitation to the greatest adventure we may ever know, to begin to understand our real place in the universe for the first time. In our electric universe, stars and planets are formed at the same time inside molecular clouds, along a snaking cosmic lightning bolt. Gravity plays no role in the process. Since cosmic lightning takes the form of a twisted pair of current filaments, it is found that most stars are in pairs, or multiples. Planets will tend to do the same. Like the snaking filaments in a novelty plasma ball, the star-forming filament moves on, leaving a string of massive objects behind to gravitationally form the weird and theoretically challenging zoo of exoplanetary systems recently discovered. Some gas giant planets are subsequently formed in close orbits about a star that has ejected charged matter to achieve stability with a changed electrical environment. The ejection flares may account for the flickering of newborn stars, which can't be explained by gravitational accretion. This explains the unexpected hot Jupiters seen in large numbers closely orbiting other stars. The most numerous stars in the galaxy, brown dwarfs, which would appear reddish if they could be seen with the naked eye, are generally classed as failed stars, yet they have the baffling ability to produce massive stellar flares. This is simply explained because red stars don't have the ability of main-sequence bright stars to control their current by a transistor-like action in their photospheric plasma. A brown dwarf can only respond by discharging matter electrically. The capture process of a brown dwarf star involves flaring and ejection of charged matter by that body in order to achieve a new electrical equilibrium in its adopted family. That accounts for the large number of close-orbiting moons of our captured gas giants in remote orbits. With this in mind, I want to take you back to just before the famous Cassini-Huygens space probe was to arrive at Saturn on July 1st, 2004. In news reports, Saturn was dubbed the original Lord of the Rings. There is a profound truth behind such a glib turn of phrase, but it wasn't until the advent of the telescope that Christian Huygens in 1656 was able to suggest that Saturn had a ring. So how do we explain the Saturnian ring symbolism that pervades our cultures? The halo of the saints, the royal crown, and the ring given in marriage are Saturnian symbols, as are the circled or Celtic cross, the Egyptian Ansate cross or Ankh, the Eye of Ra, and the astronomically baffling star inside the crescent. The star at the top of the lighted Christmas tree is pure Saturnian imagery. It is truly amazing that we are still haunted by prehistoric archetypes. It helps us to understand the extraordinary archetypal attraction of Tolkien's fantasy of Lord of the Rings. He was well versed in mythology. The following description of events is based on the surprisingly detailed and truly remarkable scholarship of Talbot and Cardona, which required explanations with the physics of an electric universe. Let's call our primordial star Proto-Saturn. It was an independent brown dwarf with its own entourage of satellites, including the Earth, Mars, and Titan. Proto-Saturn's dim reddish light was due to a glowing red anode plasma sheath, much larger than the Sun, enclosing Proto-Saturn and its inner satellites in a radiant cell. The term dwarf star is purely theoretical, since they are difficult to see and measure. In fact, NASA reported a brown dwarf which was radiating as if it had twice the expected surface area. The environment inside the radiant red shell is most hospitable for life on any enclosed satellites because there are no seasons, and water is conspicuous in the spectra of such stars. Water misted down on this planet continually, and red light is ideal for photosynthesis, which explains the abundance of ferns and other vegetation globally in the Carboniferous era. But there is a catch. Brown dwarf stars are known to flare, sometimes to the extent, as one astronomer commented, that any satellites would suffer a very bad day. Such flaring by Proto-Saturn accounts for the geological strata and the fossil record of a number of global mass extinctions, and instant burial of dismembered plant and animal remains. As we approached the Sun from deep space, our plasma sheath flickered like a faulty electric light when the two stellar plasma sheaths, or magnetospheres, began to clash. Proto-Saturn's galactic electrical power was usurped by the Sun, and its appearance changed dramatically. Before dimming forever, the dwarf star Proto-Saturn would have flared brilliantly like a comet, ejecting charged matter to relieve the electrical stresses caused by the sudden change in environment. Even now the former star has not completely cooled. Saturn still radiates more than twice the heat it receives from the Sun. And we have a simple explanation for the origin of Saturn's mysteriously short-lived water-ice rings. As the Proto-Saturnian system approached the Sun in the outer solar system, our minor star's gravitational sphere of influence steadily shrank, and its outer satellites were progressively stripped away. This, and the earlier capture of the other gas giants, provides the source of trans-Neptunian objects as they're known, including Pluto with its unexpected geology and atmosphere, and its peculiar moons. There is a simple physical characteristic that links a captured star with its offspring. It is the axial tilts. Like our close-orbiting moon, satellites tend to orbit their primary with the same face always turned toward it. If they orbit in the equatorial plane, their spin axis will be aligned with that of the primary. As gyroscopes, the satellites will retain the same tilt even if jolted from their orbit, although the process may induce a wobble of the spin axis. It is therefore highly significant that the two key planets identified in the ancient pantheons, Saturn and Mars, have axial tilts closely similar to that of the Earth. The tilt of Saturn at 27 degrees to the ecliptic plane is itself an enigma, unless it formed independently from the Sun. Venus was described as a spectacular discharging body in the ancient congregation of planets. It can be explained if Venus was ejected in the flare-up of Proto-Saturn, and the infall of the stream of ejected matter from swiftly rotating Proto-Saturn gave Venus a slow retrograde spin. The magnitude of the axial tilt of Venus to the ecliptic is much less than Saturn's, which suggests that Venus was ejected from a low latitude. This accounts for the hellish temperature and new surface of Venus, having been recently spat from the mantle of a brown dwarf star. Its filamentary equatorial scars caused by spectacular radial discharging, and its thick atmosphere inherited from the brown dwarf and subsequently modified by interplanetary and cometary discharges. Venus still has a cometary magnetotail stretching to the Earth's orbit, and its mountaintops glow with plasma discharges, which return Magellan's radar signals as unexplained shininess. In past history, the solar nebula model has no successful predictions to its name. And that's a bit of a sobering thought. My meeting with Dr. Velikovsky, I visited him in 1979 at his home in Princeton, New Jersey. He very gracefully accepted my family as well. I've got photos of my daughters with him, but none with me. I was rather shy of asking him for a photo. But the main question then was this problem that he faced with astronomers. What don't we know about gravity? There's something really missing in our physics. Velikovsky argued that planets change orbits, exchange thunderbolts, and quickly settle into peaceful orbits. Rapid settling following chaos defies our understanding of gravitational systems, which for more than a two-body system are chaotic. As I said, if one planet departs from its normal orbit by a small amount, it will affect the others, and there's no way of restoring the original situation. The system flies apart. Our understanding of gravity and solar system mechanics is inadequate. So, we have a new cosmology. A new forensic approach to old evidence produced a recent history of the solar system that requires a critical examination of modern science instead of dogmatic rejection of evidence. The result is an entirely new cosmology, the electric universe. The history of this new cosmological paradigm goes back to Worlds in Collision in 1950. In the last chapter, Velikovsky referred to Jupiter and Saturn as stars, and I quote, There I wrote with respect to the future that some dark star like Jupiter or Saturn may be in the path of the Sun and may be attracted to the system and cause havoc in it. That was in chapter 9, The End. Worlds in Collision comprises only the last two acts of a cosmic drama, wrote Velikovsky in Kronos, Volume 5, Number 1, in 1979. That's the Kronos issue there. And then we have Dave Talbot's remarkable reconstruction of the earlier acts in our prehistoric skies, and that was published in 1980. Then in Eon Volume 5, Number 5, in January 2000, I first published my physical model of Earth's relationship to the dark star dubbed Proto-Saturn in Stars in an Electric Universe. It had appeared earlier on my website as Other Stars, Other Worlds, Other Life in December 1999. And then we have all the books by Eduardo Cardona, and they're all there. God Star, published 2006, Metamorphic Star, 2008, Primordial Star, 2009, Flare Star, 2011. So the evidential history is Earth and Mars were satellites orbiting a brown dwarf star. It was a very hospitable environment for life. Atmosphere, water and minerals were deposited on the satellites. The system changed spectacularly on encountering the Sun. The brown dwarf flared and ejected a new satellite. An axial column of satellites was formed, and intense plasma discharge phenomena were observed. The terms giant and dwarf applied to stars are misleading. They're just calculated on the standard model of the Sun. And the notion of a star's age based on its appearance or spectrum has no validity for the same reason. Stars on the main sequence may be characterized as self-regulating cosmic power transformers, as I spoke about this morning, that focus diffuse galactic electrical energy to catalyze fusion in their photospheres to provide radiant energy. Like the Sun, such stars derive their luminosity from very bright anode tufts in their plasma sheaths. Moving diagonally upward to the right, the current density increases. Anode tufting becomes more crowded and their mutual repulsion forces the photosphere to grow to accommodate them. At the top right of the main sequence, the light from those tufts is electric blue of a true arc, and the stars appear as blue giants, intensely hot objects appearing considerably larger than our Sun. As you might expect, blue giants tend to be concentrated on the central axes of our galaxy's spiral arm discharges. Red stars must collect more electrons than the plasma can deliver continuously to its surface, so bright anode tufts are unnecessary. The anode expands instead by forming a negative space charge sheath, and as that sheath expands, its electric field grows stronger. Electrons caught up in the field are accelerated to ever greater energies, and before long they become energetic enough to excite neutral particles they collide with in the outer sheath to take on a uniform red glow. A white dwarf is a star whose discharge current is satisfied by all the approaching electrons, drift electrons plus those that randomly move towards the anode. It has no anode tufting. It is rather like moving a low-energy corona of a main sequence star down into the atmosphere of the white dwarf star. That's why the star, the dim star, Sirius B, is brighter in X-rays than Sirius A, because the corona emits X-rays. So, what is a brown dwarf? To summarize, a red or brown dwarf can be characterized as an independent gas giant type object under low electrical stress from its galactic environment. A main sequence star is electrically stressed, so it resorts to becoming a tufted anode, which, as I said, regulates the output of the star. This is why all bright stars appear to twinkle. They don't change from day to day. Red giants are normal stars under low electrical stress. White dwarfs are stars with a low luminosity coronal discharge only. Is that at the same point? Red giants are normal stars under low electrical stress, and white dwarfs. So, size matters. Brown dwarfs come with a major drawback for astronomers. Their stellar radii are hard to determine accurately. In the electric universe, brown dwarfs are not dwarf stars. Instead, all red stars have a bloated, glowing anode sheath which expands and contracts in order to collect the amount of electrons required for that discharge. As the anode sheath grows, its electric field grows, which results in the prodigious and unexplained stellar winds from cool red giants. If the winds were due to the heat of the corona, then this puts paid to that idea. In a December 2008 NASA report, the brightness of a brown dwarf at 17 light years distance was twice that expected for a brown dwarf with its particular temperature. The solution? The object must have twice the surface area, they said. It must be twins. Such ad hocery is unnecessary in the electric universe model. A brown dwarf's photosphere is much larger than the standard model of such stars predicts. The cradle of life. And this gets back to the idea of the Garden of Eden period in man's memory. If you're a satellite orbiting within that anode glow, and this is not an outrageous idea because astronomers have suggested the same thing for red giants, that planets could actually orbit within that star because the atmosphere is such low density. In fact, we orbit in the sun's atmosphere, if you like, and it doesn't cause us any trouble. But within that glowing shell, the radiant energy received from that envelope is constant over the entire globe. The light from the plasmasphere is not reflected light, it's radiant energy. Brown dwarfs radiate blue and ultraviolet light, even though they are cool at a temperature around 950 K. This is further evidence that we are looking at a mix of an electrical red anode glow and coronal ultraviolet blue end of the spectrum. There are no seasons, no tropics, and no ice caps. A planet does not have to rotate, its axis can point in any direction, and its orbit can be eccentric, and you'll still get this beautiful, even temperature over the whole body. The radiant energy received by the planet will be strongest at the blue and red ends of the spectrum, so photosynthesis, which relies on red light, would be very active. The skylight would be a pale purple, which maybe is referred to by the classical purple dawn of creation. And I know that in Canberra we have this new arboretum, which is fantastic, and all of the new trees that are being planted are put in red plastic to start with. And I asked the head of the arboretum why they did that, and he said the plants grow much better in red light. Water molecules dominate the spectra of brown dwarfs. So you want to know where the Earth's water came from? The light on Earth was dim and purplish amid a continuous mist of water. No other bodies in the system were visible. And this is what Dave mentioned yesterday. This explains the abundant water on Earth and many satellites of the gas giant planets and the rings of Saturn. And the red light, warmth and water was ideally suited for giant ferns. It explains the gigantic lush vegetation found at the poles, fossilised as coal. Now, the problem faced by life on planets orbiting a red star, I think you saw last thing last night, which was this flaring red dwarf. So this tendency to flare up is a problem. The reason for this is that, as I said, the red stars don't have the current regulation afforded by the bright photosphere. So the response of a red star to a sudden electrical disturbance in their environment is to shed charged matter in a flare-up. They may also change in apparent size as the anode glow accommodates to the electrical environment. I think this would account for the great dyings in the geological record and the episodic deposit of vast sediment and mineral layers on the Earth. And on other bodies too. Every body that's been looked at is layered. What's more, it explains for the first time the oceans of salty water on Earth. Comets cannot be responsible because they have little or no water and little or no sodium chloride. The mass extinctions, as I said, those flare-ups can be so drastic that it would practically wipe out the life on any existing life on those satellites of that dwarf star. This raises an interesting side issue, and that is, ironically, intelligent life can't communicate through such a plasma shell using radio waves. So the lack of intelligible radio signals in the SETI project is understandable. In fact, denizens of such worlds would most likely be unaware of the universe at large. Now, astronomers also submit that orbiting a red dwarf is possibly one of the best places to look for life. What they've never considered is orbiting inside a red dwarf. So this is a picture of the brown dwarf proto-Saturn, as I see it. Now, there would have been many more bodies than you see there, but I've included Mars and Earth and proto-Saturn because they're the main players at this stage. 50% of red dwarfs have Earth-sized planets in their conventional habitable zone. This suggests there are a large number hidden inside the red star's glow. And you can say that too because our gas giants all have large numbers of satellites orbiting quite closely. But you'll note there is no Venus at this stage. Gigantism. It wasn't just pterodactyls that struggled to get up off the ground. Scaling of muscle and bone strength shows that dinosaurs could not have raised their bodies off the ground in today's gravity. For them to move about, Earth's gravity needed to be about 1/3 of today's. Global extinction and fossilization requires far more than a simple impact. Clearly, we have no understanding of the cause of gravity. Is gravity electrical? The question is of fundamental importance for cosmology and our understanding of the solar system. And the answer should provide insights into the demise of the dinosaurs, the sky our ancestors saw, and why they feared doomsday. This is the crucial thing. This is the thing I asked Velikovsky. What don't we understand about gravity? And of course we're getting confirmation of a sort from this comet visit.
The gas giant Saturn. It's the outermost planet visible to the naked eye, moving on an orbit almost 900 million miles from the Sun. For those untrained in finding planets in the night sky, it could hardly be said that Saturn stands out amongst its starry companions. This lack of distinction underscores an unsolved mystery. Where did all of the extravagant images attached to this distant speck in the sky come from? The story of Saturn as creator. Saturn presiding over a lost golden age. Saturn as a primeval sun. Saturn's preposterous location at the celestial pole around which the heavens visually turn. Saturn as the founding father of kings. And Saturn as dying or displaced God. In due course, we'll take up the god's connection to an immense crescent, seen as a scythe or sickle turning in the sky. So too the cosmic mountain, from which Saturn was said to have once ruled the world. And the planet god's role as divine ancestor of different nations, all recounting the same core idea. The mysteries will quickly overwhelm a researcher the moment he asks the present sky to explain the ancient themes. In fact, many scholars simply walked away from the dilemma. Here's the dilemma in a nutshell. The myths appear to be much older than any recorded observations of planets. The first flowering of the monumental civilizations occurred in an environment of myth and magic. There are no lists of planets, no diaries of planetary motions. The celebrated gods do not look at all like the planets we know so well today. So most scholars simply state that planetary behavior could not have provoked any of the great myths. The attachment of myths to planets must have come much later, perhaps in the first millennium BC. Our message, however, is that a radically different planetary arrangement prevailed in an earlier time. Planets, not in their present orbits, but planets, provoked all of the mythic archetypes. What we're offering in this series are reasons for known facts, things not disputed. This includes the fact that the astronomer priests themselves, in recording the tranquil and predictable motions of planets in later times, named these bodies explicitly as the great gods of the primeval epoch. And that's the heart of the dilemma. Why does the behavior of these most venerated gods so boldly contradict all observations of the named planets today? By working with the points of cross-cultural agreement, we'll see that the astronomical images of Saturn connect theme by theme with an archaic story told around the world, told long after most cultures had lost track of any planetary connections. The story says that in a former time, a central luminary, a motionless sun, turned as a great wheel in the sky. But why an identification with the planet Saturn? It's said that this ancient power, the father of kings, presided over an age of natural abundance and cosmic harmony. But this story, in its countless variations, does not end well. It states that the world fell into confusion when the ruling god fled the theater or tumbled from his appointed station. Then the hordes of chaos were set loose, and all of creation slipped into a cosmic night, the gods themselves battling furiously in the heavens, the clash of the titans. In the well-known Greek tradition, this was the story of the displaced god Kronos, the father of kings. Kronos was the Greek name for the planet Saturn. And yet, enigmatically, the same planet was also named Helios, the sun, a fact that has perplexed classical scholars for a century and a half. The shadow cast by Saturn reached across the millennia. Even today, our language retains the age-old cultural ambivalence toward this most ancient god. The word Saturnian expresses the splendor of the Golden Age, while the word Saturnine reflects the melancholy of paradise lost. Guesses as to explanations will never work, but an explanation based on systematic, cross-cultural investigation will work, allowing a global story to mean what it says, even if that requires a measure of patience as verifiable pieces come one by one into a coherent picture of the ancient sky.
Said, it's easier to fool someone than it is to convince them that they've been fooled. And I have to agree with that. Sometimes people get downright personal about it. It's everything to do with empirical observation and evidence. Just the facts, man. Fasten your
We've been going 5.5 hours, folks, so I'm going to say goodnight. I am going to upload a video after I get off here. It's going to be about I should play it live, but I'd have to log out of this one and start a new one. So I'll just upload it. And it's about the current situation with Biden, Trump, Harris. I did a lot of investigating there, and this is one of the most important elections that we're going to ever vote, because if the left gets in, this country is going to change forever. And that's why I'm harping on it, because it's so important. I might as well let, no, because it'll be 6 hours. I'm going to log from this. Say good night to you. Hello, everybody. Hey, Frank, what's up, buddy? Haven't seen you in a while. It's good to see you. Nicholas Williams, got some new names here. Trevor Sneed. Yeah, John Cook did die. Yes. Covering the Lost World. Well, I just played the first chapter of it, but I do want to read some more. I've been thinking about going back and doing another show with that. Gargoyle, what's up? Tessa, good to see you, Tess. We should do a video together. We haven't talked in quite a while. First Cause, Cold Matter. Louie, Iui. Ioi. Chris Newberry. Hello. Got some folks here I haven't seen before. That's good. Unbroken was here. Hey, Unbroken, what's up, man? Shockwave was here. Wow, that's, yeah, I know he was here, but he was here for quite a while. Yes, very nice. We had a great night. See if Kronos, hey, buddy. How you doing? Well, I'm going to say good night, everybody, and then I'm going to upload a video on, I'm just calling it what the heck is going on. Because, I mean, I did a pretty deep dive on the election thing, and boy, there's some things you really need to know. It's very important. So make sure you check that out. I'm going to upload it after I log off. And then we're going to start doing morning chats. Instead of recording them, I might just go live with them. So that's something that's going to be coming. And I have some Velikovsky. Jeopardy, yes. Yes, I got a lot of it written already. I just have to finish 1 or 2 more things. You know, I promised it to you, so I was working on it. So, yeah, 2024. What a crazy year, eh? Well, everybody, good night. Thank you for watching. I really do appreciate it. I don't have super chats, so you can go over to the homepage and donate to the cause. It would really be appreciated. That can Black Blade. How you doing, buddy? I see you. All right. Good night, folks. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next week. Thank you. Good night.